to do that much. However, I do still hope that the delivery, even as we are preparing and setting our ducks in a row, that the delivery of this 2 days will really bring things much more close to practice. We know that the program currently confronts many of the challenges from the delivery point of view. When you look at municipal statutory approvals, when you look at projects reaching financial closure, and many other hindrances, these are some of the frustrating aspects that I hope we'll have an honest conversation around, even as we seek to unearth some of these things that are challenging us or troubling us as we engage in this work. Before I hand over to Henry, in fact, let me also not neglect that Henry is also joined by Khomotso, who will be taking us through tomorrow the QuickScan C or QSC tool, which is that one most important tools when which relates to financial viability of projects. And I hope you'll all find, just as I have in the past and continue to find, that this becomes one of the important and a session that assists. I also want to take cognizance that we are not speaking to people who do not know anything about built environment or even the sector broadly. So, you know, from making of in an attempt to make this as interactive as possible, please do engage the presentation, raise questions, and make comments, share your experiences in as well. So I just want to maybe in form of logistics before I hand over to you, Henry, just to say that we are recording the session. Our focus really for the next 2 days will be really on the presentations on the screen that Henry and Khomotso later will take us through. But a whole lot of handouts or material that relates to this has been sent and shared with you. Key to those are the Excel spreadsheets or the tools that we released to you yesterday. We've also released the manual. Do make sure that you have received all those, colleagues, and a whole range of other handouts. So the session will be recorded and we'll make it available at the conclusion of tomorrow's session. Just as well, the presentations as well. We thought let us delay the release of the actual PowerPoint presentation until we have finalized the delivery. I am pleased that it does seem, without even me having saying it or pleading for it, that I see that everyone has observed protocol and kept on mute, such that we secure the quality of this call and we do not lose the essence of this session. So thank you so much. Let's just observe that there are, of course, tools that we should all by now know that we can use. For example, the raise hand function and the comment buttons, which you can also log in your queries, questions. Between myself and Khomotso, we will be in the background just monitoring that, and we'll be alerting Henry as and when there are comments, questions that are coming through. But also, please do not shy to interrupt where there is something that perhaps you want it to be explained in much more simpler terms. On that note, Henry, let me hand over to you. Yeah, I will, as I say, be in the room just as we proceed with this. Thanks.
John, thanks for that introduction. As John has mentioned, today we're going to be looking at the QuickScan B. We know that the project accreditation process, it entails two fundamental assessments that have got to be done. One, which is the assessment of the project or the viability of the project, which is the QuickScan B. And it also involves the project financial viability, which is Quick Scan C, which my colleague Komotso is going to be presenting tomorrow. So we encourage you to stay throughout these 2 days. And more importantly, what we want to do is we want to make this an interactive session, notwithstanding that this is virtual, but we want to see participation. So when it comes to SHRA, we always find that, you know, I'm just going to share my screen here. So when it comes to when you apply for a project, whether you are what you call an SHI or an ODA, you go through what is called Quick Scan A, Quick Scan B, as well as Quick Scan C. And a lot of people always say, but this is cumbersome. There is a lot of work that is involved. But you need to think yourself to say, what is SHRA bringing to my development? So SHRA is going to basically approve what is called consolidated capital grant, which is 271,867. Now, that is probably around 70% of your project cost. And if your project cost is, if 70% is already funded by SHRA, it then makes it easier to attract other funders, being your debt funders, because the cushion of the funding has already been approved by SHRA. So what we want to do is we should not give up, given the fact that SHRA is actually allocating an amount that is equivalent to 70% of your cost. So what I would like to do is just to share with you, you know, in any business, we all want to be successful. But for us to be successful, it calls for effort, it calls for endurance, it calls for tenacity. And I just want you to see, this is what we often go through when we are submitting our application to SHRA. Just look at this video. Can you see the endurance? Can you see the perseverance? Can you see the effort that the applicant is making? And after the end of the day, he never gave up. Believe in yourself and you will achieve greater success. And this is what we want to do when we make an application to SHRA. Let's not give up. Let's continue pushing. Let's continue doing all those things that SHRA requires us to do. Now, who is the SHRA? We know that the SHRA was established in 2010 as a public entity or a state-owned entity. We know it's a regulator, and its mandate is the delivery of affordable rental units. And we also know that it does this through the achievement of spatial, economic, and social integration. And more importantly, we know that, and I think John is going to touch this tomorrow, is the capacitation of delivery of affordable housing, right, where the SHRA has got other grants to actually assist SHIs. And John is going to look at this tomorrow. Some of those grants that are available to help you if you are struggling with your project. Also, it's about investing in what you call affordable housing. By affordable housing, this is what I call good average small homes, GASH. So what are we doing, or what is SHRA doing, is actually investing in the renewal of human settlement. And this is what we all want to be able to do as developers, whether we are SHI or whether we are an ODA. And SHRA's mandate, right, it involves three elements. The investment. So basically, SHRA invests in social housing projects, and they also accredit social housing institutions in order to foster the development of human settlement. So they do that through the your SHI or your ODA. They are also a catalyst or an enabler. So SHRA offers several types of grants to basically accredited SHIs to allow them to be able to continuously manage their social housing projects or to be able to develop their projects. We have come across a number of SHIs who have they might have the land or they might have the building, but they need to basically package this project so that it's approved by SHRA. And through these grants, SHRA can actually assist these SHIs to take their project to the next level. And the next thing that they do, remember we said SHRA is social housing a regulatory authority. They need to regulate all the SHIs in terms of managing their SHIs and to ensure that high quality housing is actually affordable to your low to middle income groups. So the type of income group that SHRA is looking at is those that earn between 1,500 Rand per month to about 15,000 Rand a month. So these are the type of tenants that you as a developer should be looking at. So we know that SHRA delivers its mandate using delivery agents. And the mandate is dependent on the type of the development and location. And again, as we have mentioned, the target group is for those that earn between 1,500 to 15,000. And these are referred to what we call primary beneficiaries and secondary beneficiaries. By primary beneficiaries, we are thus referring to those that earn between 1,500 to 5,500 a month. So if you're going to be doing a development, let's say you're going to do, it could be greenfield or brownfield, and you're going to develop 100 units, you need to ensure that you allocate 30% of those units to what we call primary beneficiaries. So if you have got 100 units, 30 of those units will cater for the primary target market. And the balance becomes the secondary target market. And your secondary target market are those that earn between 5,500 to 15,000 Rand a month. So the project has got to meet what you call minimum investment criteria. And as we mentioned, the SHRA uses tools to actually do those assessments, what is called Quick Scan A, Quick Scan B, and Quick Scan C. And today, our focus is primarily going to be on Quick Scan C. So when it comes to the projects must be a medium to high rental stock. The project must be targeting qualifiers, and we've mentioned the primary and the secondary target market. And more importantly, the next point is that the projects must be located within a restructuring zone. And this is key to SHRA. And if you go to the SHRA website, you can get a map of the restructuring zone. What we often find is that we get developers who identify a piece of land or a building, and they do a lot of work, and only to find that that project is not in the restructuring zone. So very important is that when you start your project or you've identified either a site or a building, you need to ascertain if that building falls in the restructuring zone, and that is very key. So the project must also demonstrate support and commitment from both the municipality as well as the provincial government. So once you have identified your project and it's in the restructuring zone, and it caters for both primary and secondary beneficiaries, what you need to do is to do a motivation to provincial human settlement. And what you need to do is to tell them about your project, how it's going to benefit a community, and more importantly, who you are catering. And you need that support for SHRA to be able to assess your project. What's also important is that the units that you are going to be developing should be what we call self-contained units. So the minimum size of those units should be 30 square meters. By self-contained, it means that in that unit, it has got everything. And as an applicant, you should be either a social housing institution or must be conditionally accredited, or you must be what we call other delivery agent. By other delivery agent, these are your private companies, these are private developers. Now, if you are a private developer and you want to develop a social housing project, right, the requirement from the SHRA is that you have to contribute equity of 20% towards the project. So if your project is going to be 100 million, the equity contribution required from an ODA or from a private developer is going to be 20 million. So you need to think of that. So when you identify a project, you need to decide which route are you going to take. Are you going to be an SHI or are you going to be an ODA? Again, the project must be ready. By ready, it means that bulk services, they must be in place. The zoning must be in place. If it's a greenfield project, your geotechnical report must be in place and ordered. All these conditions need to be in place before the consideration of your project. So make sure that all these aspects are all in place. This, I actually extracted this from one of the presentations by the SHRA. And a lot of people always ask this question, but how long does SHRA take to approve my project? We often get this question all the time. So SHRA, when they accept a project, basically they accept projects every quarter or applications, and the SHIs will be notified of the outcome of your application within 90 days. And I need to just say everything else being equal, provided you have gone through your quick scan A, your quick scan B, and your quick scan C. Right? So this would ordinarily take 3 months for SHRA to basically give you an outcome of your application. So that application includes submission of your quick scan A, which is the organizational due diligence, and applications that meet this criteria will be recommended to the SHRA Council for conditional accreditation or for full accreditation. Now, this term ODA, you will see that we're going to be using this term ODA. ODA refers to other delivery agents, which is basically your private developers. So ODAs do not need to apply for accreditation, but they must submit a quick scan A with each project that they submit for accreditation, whilst SHIs are only required to submit quick scan A once. So it's important for you to understand what type of a delivery agent you are going to be, an SHI or an ODA. So SHIs and ODA who wish to apply for funding must actually submit projects to the SHRA pipeline so that you can go through the whole accreditation process. And that accreditation process, it involves your quick scan A, it involves your quick scan B, and this, the next slide, right, is very key. So basically, these are your, this vuvuzela is actually very key. That shows you the process, right, of your application. So the SHRA receives your application, then they do what is called pre-screening. And then it goes through what is called the minimum investment criteria. And then they do your assessment, and it goes through what is called the technical evaluation committee, and then investment committee, then the council, which is basically the board that finally stamps and says, we have approved your project. So you need to be able to understand the SHRA process, especially if you are going to be signing an offer to purchase, right? You go and identify either a building or land, and you sign an offer to purchase. And the offer to purchase has got terms. It might say you have got 30 days or 60 days for you to be able to deliver the guarantees. So you need to be able to understand the timeframes of SHRA, so that you are not put under pressure by the seller. The seller saying, I'm now going to cancel the OTP, or they'll start saying, you need to pay me a non-refundable deposit if you want me to continue or to give you grace period. So you need to understand the SHRA process, that it account the time period it will take for you to be able to get an answer from the SHRA. Project assessment. I often say with a development, right, you have a site that is looking for an idea, or you have an idea that is looking for a site. What often happens is that with a lot of the developers, they have the idea, I want to go and develop social housing, right? But what they need to do is to find the site or find the building. And then a number of your municipal entities, a number of them have got they've got the sites, but they might not have the idea to be able to ensure that they comply or they put a project together that meets all the SHRA requirements. So a project assessment is an analysis of the economic, regulatory, and technical projects that seeks to achieve a development. So what does this do? It will examine the conditions, the land use, the analysis, and the evaluation. Now, what you want to do is to make sure that your project is technically feasible, and we're going to explain what we mean by technically feasible. And you also want to ensure that it is feasible within the estimated cost, so that you achieve what we call your highest and best use. And we're going to talk about the highest and best use when it comes to social housing project. So what you want to do is to ensure that the land use and the zoning is all in place. And if you're going to be doing a greenfield development, please ensure that you have done your geotechnical investigation. There's been a geotech report that has been done. The environmental study has been done, the site planning, development, and that the bulk services are also available. And you want to ensure that the traffic study has been done. And when all those things are done, you want to make sure that the project is feasible. We often get a number of people that come and say, I'm doing this project. It's a SHRA project, and the cost per unit is 570,000. Now, if you look at 570,000 per unit, for this project to work, it will require that you inject a huge chunk of equity. And if you do your quick scan C, which Komoza is going to be looking at tomorrow, you'll find that you are going to struggle to make that quick scan C work. So it's important to understand what is meant by financial viability of your project. Remember, the amount or the consolidated capital grant that you are getting from the SHRA is 271,000. So the balance of the funding would thus be in the form of equity funding or debt funding. So you need to make sure that the project really works. Like what I've mentioned, when we start with a development, the development starts with an idea. And then we then develop that idea by ensuring that the project is feasible. The project meets all SHRA's requirements in terms of the target market, in terms of the beneficiary. And once you have done the development, you go through the development, the construction phase, you then end up with this asset that we call good average small home. And this is what we want to be able to offer as a product to our beneficiaries or to our tenants. I've always enjoyed talking about the property development process. What we often find or what we see is that very often is that the people who tend to be married to a site or married to a project, right? They love this project or they love this site, and they will do everything, right, to try to make this thing work. So you need to be able to do your assessment. When you do your assessment, you refine your project, you go through all the feasibility. There are projects that are going to work and there are projects that are not going to work. And if your project is not feasible, don't try to force the project to be feasible. So what could make a project not feasible? The first thing is the price that we pay for land. We often find that people go and make an offer to purchase, and that amount is not informed by anything. They've just been told by the agent that the seller wants 80,000 per opportunity cost. So they go and make the offer, and when they then try to run the numbers, they find that the numbers are not working. Why are the numbers not working? Because from day one, we have overpaid for the project. And if we have overpaid for the project, what are we going to do? Very often, we try to squeeze everybody. We're going to try to squeeze the contractor. We're going to try to squeeze the professional team to make this thing work. So it's important from day one to do your assessment, to ensure that you are not overpaying for this property or for this land. And also, when you look at, if you are doing a greenfield project, make sure that all the zoning is in place. You don't want to go and buy agricultural land and be told that it's going to take you 6 months. That's what the agents always tell you. It's going to take you 6 months to do this to get the zoning. but zoning to rezone from agriculture to either residential 4 or residential 3, it can take a lot of time. So make sure that the project works, that there's formal commitment, and when you start with your construction, ensure that the contractor can deliver. And I always say one of the requirements is that the contractor must be registered with CIDB. And you want to ensure that you want to see what this contractor has done over the years. Don't just believe when he tells you, or sometimes they give you these nice CVs and tell you, I've done this, I've done that. You need to be able to see what they've done. And after the construction, you want to be able to hand over that asset and be able to manage the property. By managing the property, it means that you will be able to collect your rentals and be able to service your debt. So when it comes to these developments or to a SHRA development, it is either a greenfield or a brownfield development. Greenfield is where you have virgin land and you develop from start. Brownfield is where you go and acquire a building that is in town. Maybe this building was an office block, which has got to be converted into residential. What is key to greenfield or brownfield is with greenfield, you want to make sure that the zoning is in place, your geotechnical report is in place. Now, I've been involved with the projects where a geotechnical report was not done. And the developer started developing, and there was no geotech report to check the soil condition. When they were at the roof level, right, because the soil conditions were not appropriate for the type of the foundation, everything collapsed. Now, can you imagine? You have got a funder that has put money into this, and the project has now collapsed because there was no geotechnical report. You just need to imagine the cost overruns and the ramifications to ensure that you'll be able to service that debt. So let's do our homework from day one. When it comes to your brownfield projects, what is also important, remember that you are now converting a building that was used for offices to residential. So you want to make sure that there is what is called a structural integrity report that checks the load bearing. Now, if you are going to be to have 100 units, on average, you've got a family of 4. So this building is going to have about 400 people. So it's important that you have your structural integrity report. And as part of your submission for Quick Scan B, the SHRA would want to see that there is a geotechnical report that is done by a structural engineer. Remember, we've mentioned about project location, right? And, you know, in real estate, we often talk about the word location, location, location. Now, for SHRA, we want to ensure that the project is located in a restructuring zone. We want to be able to ensure that it's going to benefit the community. The environmental assessments has been done. It's going to improve in terms of the spatial development. And also want to ensure that it's close to amenities, right? Close to area via, close to a shopping center, close to schools. And what we want to do is we always want to avoid what I call the 40 by 40 syndrome. So what used to happen is in the past, right, we always find that developers would develop a 40 square meter house or 40 square meter unit, which is 40 kilometers from your place of employment. And it's going to take you 40% of your salary, which you are going to spend on transport. And you find that this development is in a community that is 40% unemployed. And the interesting thing is that these developments are actually built by people with 4x4s. So we want to avoid that. That's why it's important when you look at this restructuring zone, that you develop closer to amenities. You don't want people to spend almost more than an hour just to get to work. So it's important to be able to understand our location, the restructuring zone. And I think, John, if you could send the delegates that map of all the restructuring zones.
Yeah, so we have colleagues distributed in the pack of materials that we sent out yesterday morning. Amongst those, a list of all the consolidated restructuring zones that are currently gazetted. So those are the localities you can look at bringing in potential social housing project. Henry, though, I see in the chat that there are a number of questions that are coming through. I've tried to respond to some, but this is one that perhaps you can assist with, or Homotso, I don't know. Karabo Madi. Karabo, if you are listening, can you perhaps bring your question forward so that we can assist?
Hi, sir. How are you doing?
Good, and you, Karabo?
I'm good, sir. So I asked a question particularly about RES 1 and RES 2. So my understanding is that RES 1 includes residential and business. So basically allows a developer to do a mixed-use property, a mixed-use development property. So I asked him the question that, is it possible to have basically a mixed-use development? Because as far as I know, the RES 2 just restricts you to specifically focus on residential, but RES 1 allows you to do business and residential. So I just need confirmation on that one.
Okay, sorry, Karabo, thanks for the question. So basically, in terms of town planning, right, when it's RES 1, right, what it means is you can only do residential, right, one dwelling unit, that's your RES 1.
Yeah.
Then you have got RES 2, which is normally your townhouses, right? Your townhouses or your cluster developments. Yeah. Then you've got your RES 3, which is either also your townhouses, your flats, and you've got RES 4, which is basically your flats. But you cannot do a mixed use development on a RES 1, because the RES 1 is basically for residential. What you normally have is you have also business, right? And it depends with what type of business. So what you need to do is when you identify a piece of land, right, you need to be able to ascertain what are the rights, what can you do on that? If there are business rights, right, that allows residential. So you need to be able to see that that business right or those business rights allows you to be able to do residential. But residential one is your single dwelling houses.
Okay, so sorry, just to go further, maybe so that I can just add a bit more to my question. So I don't know if you're aware, but there are a lot of developers on top, they put residential, and then at the bottom, they put business. They'll probably put a restaurant, a laundry service, a simple tuck shop, whatever it may be that they might put underneath. But on top, it's mostly residential, and that's what I'm trying to get information on, because I know that there are different restructuring zones that allow that, you know, and it's not basically restricted to just social housing. There are so many other who do low cost housing, but they still do mixed use development.
Henry, perhaps I could answer that question.
Okay.
Thanks, Karabo. That's a great.
I'm here. I'm sorry.
Hi, everybody. My name is Pomotson Agene, and as Henry mentioned, I'm part of the team, and I'll mostly be presenting the quick scan C tomorrow. But Karabo, to answer your question, so as Henry mentioned, you've got what is the restructuring zones, and then there's also the town planning considerations. They're not quite the same thing. The restructuring zones are about, it's a spatial determination framework whereby the municipalities identify specific areas that are identified for bolstering and activating economic activity and increasing infrastructure investment. So even within a restructuring zones, you can have different types of zoning considerations. The zoning considerations are determined by the town planning scheme, and it's different for every municipality, but they're general guidelines. So as Henry mentioned, the broadest zoning allowance is called Business 1, because under Business 1, you can develop shops, you can have motor vehicle facilities, and you can also have what they call dwelling units. But then it's also important to really consult your town planner, because not all Business 1s are the same in different municipalities. In some municipalities, when they say you can do dwelling units, it means you can put as many residential units you want on that building. Let's say it was a 10-story building with shops on the ground floor and residential units above. And in some municipalities, there's no restriction on the density of residential, whereas in some municipalities, they might restrict you into dwelling units include per square meter of earth extent. So that's very important to make the distinction between town planning considerations and restructuring zones.
I've just put a map, an example of your restructuring zones. John, was there another question?
Henry, there was one question around what documents are required to be filled in as an ODA, but perhaps I could, because that's quite a lengthy one, perhaps what we can do is when you get to a section where you want to allow questions, we can address some of those big questions.
Okay. All right. Also, what I've done is there is a document, right, which we can share. We'll send it to John. It basically outlines what you need to include in your quick scan A, in your quick scan B, and in your quick scan C. So we can send that to John, and he can share with the participants. So these are your restructuring zones. But remember what what we have said is we need to avoid that 40 by 40 syndrome, right? So we want to be able, when we are developing, even with social housing, we want to be able to develop closer to amenities, right? Linking transport to real estate outcomes. So this is what we want to do, close to your rear via, close to your park station, right? Close to your shopping centers, close to your schools. This is all what we want to be able to do. When we are identifying a site for development, let's try to ascertain what are the amenities around our site. And that is key, because if you can save your prospective tenants the distance of them having to walk to walk to a taxi rank or to a park station, that will be an added advantage, and you'll see that you'll be able to attract tenants. So also what we have is, I think you might have heard of what is called catalytic projects or mega projects. These are projects that are initiated by human settlement, and as I think the last time I had a count, there were almost about 30 of those mega projects. And within the mega projects, you are able to have a parcel that is dedicated for social housing. So for some of the developers, right, or you could be an SHI or an ODA, you could be speaking to those developers of mega project or catalytic project to see if you cannot go and develop social housing within the frames of a mega project. So what we have said is one of the requirements is that you need municipal support as well as the provincial support. And this is very important. You want to make sure that your site is going to have the bulk services. And you want to make sure that you've got the support from the municipality. But more importantly, you also want to get the support from the province by getting what is called a letter of support. And this is done through what is called Provincial Steering Committee. And they sit every month and they look at social housing projects. And you need to get this letter of support in order for SHRA to be able to assess your project. So it's important that you also understand that you need the province and you need the municipality. So we cannot be working in isolation. We need all these spheres of government to be able to assist us in ensuring that we deliver these good average small homes. What is also important is that you need to be able to prepare or to be able to get what is called a market study or a demand study. And this is specific to your site. So what you want to do is to be able to get, companies like, Demacon, Urban Studies, Fenridge, to do this market study. So this is not about you going onto the internet and go and check what does Google say when it comes to bedrooms, for instance. You need a demand study done and specific to your project. And this is one of the tick boxes that the SHRA would want to see, that there has been a demand study. Why is a demand study important? You don't want to be able to develop and you have got a component of debt, and after you develop this, you are not able to rent out your development. And if you do that, you won't be able to service that debt. And remember, the debt that you are going to be getting from a financial institutions has got to be serviced. So you need to be able to pay back the money. And for you to pay back the money, you need the tenants. And for those tenants, you need to be informed that there's going to be demand for residential in this area. So what I want to try to achieve with this is for you to understand a concept called highest and best use. When it comes to a site or to a development, there is this term that is called highest and best use. By highest and best use, it has got 5 components. Is your site physically possible Is it legally possible? Is it technically possible? Is it financially possible? And because we are looking at social housing, is it socially possible? So it's physically, legally, technically, financially, and socially. So when you achieve this, you have achieved what is called the highest and best use when it comes to your social housing development. Now, when we talk about a project being physically possible, what are we referring to? Right. Again, real estate, that word location, location, location. Now, remember the CBD in the 80s. I mean, everything was happening in the CBD. And we saw what happened with the CBD. There was this world great trek or this movement or this exodus from the CBD. But if you look, the CBD has got all the amenities. So when you identify your project, you need to think of the location. You need to think of the accessibility to amenities. Is it closer to a bus station? Is it closer to schools? And if it's a brownfield project, as you have mentioned, is there a structural integrity report that has been done? If it's a greenfield, is there a geotechnical report? What are the surrounding areas? So once you've got your site, you need to be able to say, my site now ticks the physical possibility that this site is physically possible for me to be able to do that. And also another aspect, which is key, is that the project must be in the restructuring zone. So your location, 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 you're talking of within the restructuring zone. We had, Komotso and I were working on a project where a company did everything. They were going to develop 604 units. They did everything. There's one thing that they did not check. Their site was closer to. So they spent all this time doing, the demand study, the geotechnical reports, doing the traffic studies. But there's one thing that they missed, was to check that the property was in the restructuring zone. And that is key to social housing project. So you need to look at your physical possibility. You also need to look at your legal possibility. How am I buying this? Is this through land availability agreement? Is this a land lease? Or is this an outright purchase? Now, when it comes to ownership, especially when it comes to land lease, you need to try to get a long-term lease. So by long-term lease, right, is you want to make sure that you at least have a minimum of 35 years. There are people that are offered land leases and the land leases for 10 years. Now, it becomes difficult for the SHRA or a funder to be able to do your development when you have got a period of 10 years. And what often happens is that after 10 years, the land plus the improvements reverts back to the landowner. So you want to make sure that you have got a long-term lease. And that you want to ensure that there are no servitudes that can impact on the value of your property. Now, what you want to do is you need to be able to check this. You don't want to be buying a 1 hectare site, and then later you find that there is a servitude in favor of SHRA there's going to be a highway that is going to cut across your site. So you need to be able to check this. We've spoken about the restructuring zone. You also need to get a letter of support from both the municipality and the provincial government, and that the town planning in terms of the zoning, like the question that Karabo has mentioned, you need to check that the zoning is in place. You need to be able to do your site development plan and make sure that the site development plan talks to the SHRA's requirement. And my colleague, Francis, who is an architect, is going to be talking about how to be able to design a project that meets social housing criteria. You need to check if this is a brownfield development, you need to be able to ascertain heritage investigation. By heritage, these are buildings that are older than 60 years old. And what you want is, you don't want a situation where, let's say this building is of heritage nature, and then everything works. But the only thing is that the Heritage Council says you cannot demolish this building. Whatever you have to do, you need to do it around this building. And you have got this clever architect that comes to you and say, you know what? Don't worry about heritage. You know what we need to do is, if we bring a bulldozer over the weekend, we can actually do very well. And this actually happened. There's an architect, a friend of mine, Justice Van der Hefer. He was going to be doing a development in Rosebank. And on that development, there was a building. That building was of heritage. And so he tried to come up with the various schemes, and it couldn't work. So the best scheme was to ensure that this development, or this heritage building, he basically demolishes it. So he went to the Heritage Council. On a Friday, he arrived there and he spoke to the heritage people to say, you know what, I want to do a development, but there's a heritage building. What else can I do? And they said, no, you cannot do anything in this building. What's going to happen to me? And the heritage people said, if you demolish the building, you know what, you are going to go to jail. So he told them, he says, you know what, I've never been in jail. It will be a pleasure for me to gain that experience. And and everybody thought he was joking. Over the weekend, he went to the site, flattened the site, demolished the building. And on Monday, he went back to the Heritage Council, and he told them, I've demolished that building. And the heritage people thought, no, you must be joking. This did not happen. So they left him. And then 2 weeks later, somebody from Heritage passed through the site and saw that the site was gone. Called him, and he served 3 months doing community work. But the lesson for us is that we cannot be going around demolishing and giving these architects 3 months, and then they come back, they do this sophisticated office development. So please make sure that you go through the heritage, right? And if heritage says you cannot demolish, you cannot be a Justice Van der Hefer. When it comes to greenfield projects, make sure that you have what is called vacant occupation. By vacant occupation, if there are people that are on your site, or if it is an existing building where there are people, you want to ensure that you are not going to have problems. You are not going to have your prevention of illegal eviction, your PI Act coming into play, because this is going to delay your project. The longer you delay your project, the more it's going to cost you. So we looked at the legal possibility, then the technical, that the project must be minimum 30 square meters, the drawings must conform to SHRA's requirements, and also that your professional team, right, must have the qualification, experience, and registered with their various bodies. If he's an architect, the architect must be registered and practicing and should have what is called PI cover. The same with all your engineers. And what we often see is that SHRA would want to see that the professional team is also transformed. So when you look for your professional team, make sure that you have professional team that is transformed. And you can't be saying we cannot find transformed architects or engineers who are BE. They are there. And SHRA's mandate is to ensure that the transformation trickles down. Ensure that the bulk services are available, as well as internal services. And we've mentioned about the professional team being registered with their various bodies. And if you've got a contractor, right, you need to ensure that that contractor, depending with the value of the project, is registered with CIDB. And that is very key. You want to have your construction program, project implementation team. This could be a Gantt chart. You need to have your procurement and contracting strategy. You want to have your approved SDP. So you want to make sure that the technical aspect of this project meets SHRA's requirement. And that is very key. Then we need to talk about money. Money. We need to talk about the finance. So the financial possibility or the financial aspect is that the property must be reasonably priced, right? So in other words, if you are going to be buying land, right, you can't be buying land that is going to make the development not feasible. And you know that your consolidated capital grant from SHRA that you're going to get on your project is 271,867 per unit. Now, Karabo, just coming back to your question of mixed use. So you understand this 271,867 is specifically for unit. So if you are going to do a mixed development, right? Let's say your bottom, your ground floor level, you have got shops, right? Those shops will not qualify for the consolidated capital grant because the consolidated capital grant is for a residential. So when you do your mixed use and you have got retail, you need to pay for that retail from your own pocket. Again, if you are going to buy a building, and I think Komotso is going to speak about this, and your building has got shops at the bottom and residential on top. Right? So what the SHRA does is they'll say, let's say this building is going to cost you 10 million rand. They'll say the total valuation is 10 million. What is the value of the residential, which is at the bottom? And that value of the residential, right, should come from your pocket. So SHRA will say the value of the residential is worth X amount, and this is the one that we're going to finance. The commercial aspect or the retail aspect will come from your pocket. So think of this when it comes to identifying your project where it's mixed use. when you're an ODA or a private company, what you want, you need to ensure that you have got the 20% equity. You have got the equity to inject into the project. And the operating cost per unit, right, of when you do your financial model. So your average operating cost should be 1,350 per unit. John?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I thought you were raising a...
No.
Oh, okay. No. So your operating cost per unit will be 1,350. And again, Komodo is going to touch on this tomorrow when he does the quick scan C. Okay. So what should be your average price per unit if you are going to do social housing? Now, you need to be at around between 400 to 450 to call it 440, right? Depending if you're an SHI or an ODA. And why am I saying this? You often find that a lot of your SHIs, right, they inject minimum equity, if not equity at all, provided their project works. Now, if you're not going to have any equity that you're going to inject into the project, for you to be able to get the quick scan C to work, it becomes difficult for it to be able to tick, to get your IRR, to get your debt service cover ratio and all that. So you need to think carefully, right? Or to do what is called the value engineering when it comes to your design. We have seen projects where people are coming in at 500,000 rand per unit, and they're putting no equity. And that project, you will see from tomorrow's quick scan C, it's not going to tick the boxes. You are not going to meet what is called your key financial performance indicators, which is important for your quick scan C. Again, we mentioned that the qualifying beneficiaries are those that earn between 1,500 to 15,000 rand per month. So what you want to do is to be able to check that your tenants are within that income bracket. I know that, John, I've done some due diligences in some of the social housing projects, and I've gone there, and what I see on those social housing projects is in the parking, it's all these German cars that are parked there. And I always ask myself to say, are these in the bracket of 1,500 to 15,000 rand? And they can afford to drive the latest German cars. So it's important for you to be able to basically qualify these beneficiaries. Again, the primary target is 30%, secondary target 70%.
Henry, sorry to come in there. I just can see that there are two questions.
Yes,
one from Craig. Craig, if you are listening, can you perhaps put your question across? And Garabo is also coming with another question.
Thank you.
So in that sequence. Craig? Well, if I may, if he is not, his question is...
Have you got his question?
Yeah, it says here, hi, regards to the heritage assessment, what needs to be included in it? There's a archaeological, or that word, plytological. Are they both mandatory or only archaeological? So that's Craig's question. Khomotso, can I assist with pronouncing some of those words? I am
Oh, no problem. So Henry, the question is for heritage assessment, do we need an archaeological or paleontological study? Perhaps maybe the best way to answer Craig's question is that it's obviously dependent on the specific building that you're looking at and the age of the building and the heritage relevance. But what we've seen, the best approach is to appoint a consultant who specializes in experience.
Oh, sorry, my phone didn't want to work, but I am on now.
Cool. Does that assist, Craig?
Okay, so basically it depends on the actual site itself.
Yes.
Agreed. But like we're saying, I think the best would be to get a consultant who specializes in that to assist you with.
Perfect. No, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to know from Henry, what do you require? Do you require an appraisal evaluation report? So basically, it's an evaluation report that can be done by an estate agent, or do you need an evaluation report that is signed off by the bank? Because as far as I know, there's some evaluation, well, most evaluation reports that are accepted by the bank.
Karabo, what is required is evaluation done by a registered valuer.
Yes.
Not done by any state agent.
Okay.
There's a difference there. So you need the registered valuer is going to, at the end, he'll sign that report and it will say, you put his practice number there. So it must be a registered valuer.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
And that's a requirement when you are submitting your quick scan B. So you need to be able to justify. So let's say you've got land, right? And this land is unencumbered. In other words, you don't owe any money. Right?
Yes.
And you say this land is worth 20 million rand, right? Now, you need to be able to get an independent valuer to come and say the land is worth 22 or is worth 18. And you have to submit that valuation report.
Okay. All right.
All right. So the other key financial parameters is that you need to allow for vacancy factor. Right?
Yeah, 10%. Right.
This is social housing, and there's going to be a movement of people, right? So when you do your assessment, you need to allow vacancy factor. I think the last time.
Sorry. Before you go, you said I need to allow a vacancy factor of how much, basically?
Okay, we were getting to that. So the vacancy factor is around 7%. Has that been increased or still at 7?
It's still at 7. It was formerly at 10. It's currently at 7.
All right, but also what you need to also take into account, right, is you need to think of the current situation, right, with a lot of people being unemployed and all those things. So it's important to make sure that when you run your quick scan C, there is vacancy provision. Okay. Because you are never going to be fully let from day one. Yeah. Again, the development has got to cater for your contingents, your construction, and Khomotso is going to touch on this tomorrow. The minimum IRR must be prime plus 4.5%. The maintenance reserve should be 1.02% of the total development cost. You need to look at your internal and external property management. Who is going to manage this? You do your SWOT analysis, you look at your risk factors and how you intend to mitigate that. So this is all part of your financial viability. The IRR, right? Now that prime is at 40-year low at 7%. Has the SHRA adjusted the prime now to 7%? Or I know that previously they've always used 10% as an indicator of prime.
Yes. So the guidance at the moment is that, the applicants are encouraged to not change any of the assumptions in the latest QuickScan C model. So maybe just taking a step back, it's always important to make sure that the version of the model you have is the latest. The latest one is still using prime at 10%, and that's the guidance they've given, that obviously these projects typically are funded over 10 years. Some of the debt might be over 15 years. So on a long-term basis, it is expected that at some point interest rates will normalize. However, you are advised that should it need it be that your project, let's say, is borderline and you aren't meeting some of the debt service cover ratios, you can consult the SHRA to talk about making adjustments to the prime rate. But as it stands, the model is still at 10%.
Thank you.
And maybe, Henry, I can take to answer a question there. I see the question reads, is the vacancy factor still 7 to 10% post-COVID? So in the model, it's still 7%, but as Henry mentioned, remember that the model is effectively an application template to get the process going. However, you as the applicant are effectively representing your business, so you have to use your discretion in analyzing what you think the long-term vacancy would be, but obviously the minimum would be 7%. However, if your view as a business is that you think post-COVID, obviously there's going to be less affordability, which results in spikes in vacancies, you are allowed to change that to say 10% or 12%.
Just to add on that, so you as an SHI or ODA, you can do what is called stress testing, right? To say what happens if my vacancy moves from 7 to 10 or from 10 to 12. So you need to run your own stress test. What happens if interest rate is to move and order? So that helps you to see where your break even is. And lastly, we want to ensure that our project is socially possible, right? That it is there to assist in alleviating the chronic housing shortage, that the project is creating jobs during and after construction, and that it's aimed at social housing beneficiaries. And more importantly, you also need to be able to allow for, play areas, right? If you are going to be doing 300 units, families, children, they need to have a play area. So you need to ensure that within your development, there are play areas, and that there's minimum size and self-contained unit, and that what this development is bringing is upliftment to the local community. And also think of when it comes to procuring your labor, right? If you are going to be doing a project in Tshwane or in Ekululeni or in Benoni, right? You don't want to start getting labor, from Krugersdorp, right? And that's why you have seen on some of the developments, there's been, a whole host of people protesting. So think of the local community as well. Now, one thing that we want to talk about is town planning. And now, if you look at town planning, let me just check if I can get I want, if you check this in South Africa, right? If you look at to the left side, the right side, we start with occupying, right? We occupy, we then build, and after building, we realize that there are no services, right? And then we go and burn tires so that we get the services done. And when we burn tires, we then alert the authorities, and then they send a town planner. Whereas when it comes to town planning, you need to start with town planning. You plan, right? You provide the services. You then build, and you then occupy. Now, if you look at the right side there, you can see there is, you know, can you see the third floor there? That is a penthouse. You know, even shacks, they've got penthouses on the third floor. So what we want is to make sure that we plan in advance. So we cannot afford to plan to fail. So make sure that if you are going to be identifying a project, the town planning is in place. This is just an example of a project, right? This is a project in Bertrams. It's a site in Bertrams, is 4,000 square meters next to Rea Vaya. The site falls under the Ellis Park precinct. It's within the restructuring zone. And the site is 4,000 square meters. And it's currently, the zoning is residential 4. The FAR is 1.8. The coverage is 45%. The height is 4 stories. And what this says is the parking is 0.5 parking bays per dwelling unit. And so let's assume you have identified this site in Bertrams, which has got all these attributes. Now, you need now to decide to say, how much should I offer for this site? You go and you get your zoning certificate, and there is your zoning certificate. So you then say, what is the highest and best use? What can I do on this site? So you then take your calculator and say, how many units am I likely to develop on this site? So what you do is you take your 4,000 square meter site, right? You multiply that by your FAR, which is the 1.8. So you take your 4,000 times 1.8, and it gives you a number of 7,200. That 7,200 is called bulk, or what you can develop. The other way of working that is you take your site size, which is 4,000 square meters, right? You multiply that by coverage. Right? By coverage, what we're referring to is what you can see, right, on that site from a helicopter's view. Let's say you are in a helicopter. What you can cover on that site is 45%. So 45% of 4,000 is 1,800. So you can cover 1,800 from that site. And then it's 4 stories. So you can go 4 stories up. So you take your coverage, multiply by 4, which again gives you your bulk of 7,200. John and Komoto.
Yes, Henry.
I just wanted to make sure that we are all on the same page here in terms of the participants, so that they understand what I'm doing. Is there anyone lost, or we are still in the same bus?
So from the reading, I mean, there's been a number of questions that we have on the chat been receiving and have tried to respond and filter some off to you. There hasn't been much in the last 10 minutes.
Okay, no,
maybe...
I was talking about this particular, the town planning calculation. Okay, so okay, I just wanted to make sure that I'm not losing people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Could I add maybe, Henry, a different way, which is, just to make sure that everybody's with you. So like Henry was saying, the coverage is anything that can be covered on the ground floor. So if you're looking like an architect and you're looking at your plans, everything that's within the outer walls is what they would call coverage. And the bulk is the total that you can build on any of the floors, including the ground floor. I don't know if that's just, adding to the flavor of what you're explaining, Henry.
Yes, yeah. Exactly.
So we do have some questions coming up now.
Okay.
Alfonso is asking that we just explain it again. Alfonso, do you want to maybe ask that question directly, or are you comfortable with how we've just explained it?
Yeah, just if you could just go over it again.
Okay.
I would appreciate it, because I just need to sink in quickly.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. So basically what we have, right, is the site size is 4,000 square meters. You are happy with that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So this site is zoned residential 4. And when you get your zoning certificate, on your zoning certificate, there's something that is called floor which is 1.8. This is a number that you get. So when the town planners, when they do their, remember, when they are doing a town planning on a scheme, they then decide to say what should be the floor area ratio. And in this case, the floor area ratio is what is called 1.8. So what this means is if you take your site size, which is 4,000 square meters, and you multiply it by the floor area ratio, which is the 1.8, it gives you what is called bulk, what you can develop on this site, the total area that you can develop. So 4,000 times 1.8, it gives you 7,200. That's what is called bulk. Are you clear on that?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And the coverage?
Okay, so remember, so this is one way of calculating it. The other way, right, is you take your coverage, like what Komoto said. Coverage is the area that you cover on that site, right? Your ground floor site, what you can cover on the ground floor. So in this case, we've got a site which is 4,000 square meters. And in terms of this town planning scheme, we can cover 45%, right? So if you take your 4,000 square meters and you are going to cover 45%. So what we're saying is on the ground floor, we can cover 1,800 square meters. Are you fine with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So remember, we can cover a 1,800, but we have got 4 stories. So we can go up 4 stories, right? So you then take that 1,800 multiplied by 4. So it gives you the 7,200, which again is your bulk. So what we are saying on this is that on this side, we can cover almost 7,000, or we have got a bulk, right, of 7,200, of which on each floor is 1,800. So 1,800 multiplied by 4, it gives you 7,200. So if you were to use this, right, so let's say you then say to yourself, my average units are going to be 45 square meters, right? So you then say, I've got a total bulk of 7,200 divided by my average size of the unit, which is 45. That gives you about 160 units.
Okay, Henry, just on that, are we allowed just to divide the units, or should we allow someone told me I must also?
No, I'm getting onto that. I'm not getting onto that. Yeah. So basically, you know, in a nutshell, remember what you're doing is you've got an estate agent that has just approached you and said there's this site, right? And you then need to say, how much should I pay for this site? So you're sitting there and you do this, you know, your back of the cigarette calculation, right? Then you say 160. But hang on, 160 is full bulk. But I need to allow, you know, your passages, right? Your staircases, those have got to be taken out of this. So that is what, if you go to the next, that's what is called, you allow for what is called an efficiency factor. And that factor can be between 10 to 20%. The efficiency factor is for your passages, for your staircases, which you then deduct from the bulk. So if you then say 7,200, right? And then you allow efficiency factor of, let's say, 20%. Right? So you deduct 20% from the 7,200, which gives you 5,760. And then if you then say my average unit size is going to be 45 square meters, right? After allowing the vacancy, it then gives you a number of about, an average of about 128 units. But remember, what we're doing here is it's a quick calculation that you're going to do. Your architect, right? And what Francis is going to tell you is they sit and look at this, right? And say, you know, how are we going to harness this? How are we going to make this, this development functional? And they also have different types of units. They're going to have primary and secondary and various categories. So the purpose of this calculation is for you to be able to make an informed decision as to what price you need to be able to pay for this land. So if you remember, this is where you are quickly doing this, right? And then you say, okay, 128 units that I'm going to do, and you are now going to negotiate. And you say, I'm going to pay 25,000 rand per unit or opportunity cost. So what that means is, on average, you say to yourself, I can pay 3.2 million for this land. So you've taken your number of units times a price for land. And remember, you are the one who is negotiating. So the lower the price, the better it is for you. But you might find that the state agent was telling you that this land is worth 5 million. And you have just done your rough calculation, and you are sitting at 3.2 million. So this calculation is just to assist you, for you to be able to work what price you need to be able to negotiate. The other way, yes.
Sorry, I was making notes while you were talking. Thanks. Yeah, I was gonna just echo what you just said. Now, I think you said it well, where you're giving us some type of guidance to do a quick calc.
Yes.
When you're going to go and check different sites. So I appreciate this topic. It's really helping. Thanks, Henry.
Thanks. So okay, comment. So
if I could just, there was one question that came up earlier, and it was from Nandi. Her question was, bulk services contribution letters, are they required at application stage? So I just thought it might be opportune to address that now, because it actually talks to what you're talking about when you're highlighting the issue of affordability of land, where you think of land as a price per opportunity. So like in this example, Henry's mentioning, let's say, you know, the real estate agent told you that the land was worth 5 million, but your informed calculation tells you that the affordability is maximized at 3.2 million. This is why it shows why it's so important to, at submission stage, already have an indication from council as to whether there are bulk services available and what potential bulk contributions are going to be required should you wish to proceed with development. Because you might find that, you know, you are able to say with the landowner, maybe you guys agree, you meet each other halfway at 4 million and you're taking a chance. But then subsequently, when you apply for services, i.e. and you're checking the bulk contribution, you find that that's going to cost you an extra 2 to 3 million rand. And all of a sudden, the affordability is completely out of kilter. So Nandi, to answer your question, it is important to get a letter from City Council confirming, one, that services are available. That would be water, electricity, stormwater, and roads upgrades, and also what the potential bulk contributions would be. Thank you, Henry.
Thanks, Komoso. So it's important to be able to do this calculation. The other way of doing it, if you want to be to even go into greater detail, is called the residual land evaluation technique, is where you work back. So you say, this is going to be the value of my development, and this is what I can pay for the land. And you know what is interesting is when you meet a lot of the agents, right, who are selling land or who are selling buildings, and then you say to them, look, I'm going to do my residual land evaluation to determine the value of this land. And if you come up with a number, they always believe you. They will never ask you to say, let me see that residual land evaluation. The moment when you mention that I am using the residual land evaluation, they see you as very sophisticated, very educated, somebody that understands what he's doing. And they'll say, what is your offer? And when you make the offer, don't make the offer a round number, right? Don't make it my offer is going to be 1 million or 2 million. What you need to say is, based on my residual land valuation technique, the amount that I can pay for this based on this is 2,485,000 rand. Then they will think you have done something. And they will say, okay, so when can we sign the offer to purchase? I think this person will agree. So this is there to assist you in negotiating in terms of the price. Remember what you have said is, if you overpay for the building, right, you need to adjust that, right? But also, if you have got this almost for a song, it's easier because you can have your allowances, your contingencies. So it becomes profitable. So this is just an example, right? So what we are saying is,
hello.
Yes.
Hello. Can I ask Mr. Henry a quick
Yes.
question? Is the evaluation role done by the municipality still applicable? You know that.
Yes.
Yeah. For instance, the Kuruleni municipality has an evaluation role be done between 2019 and 2021. So usually the evaluation roles are done between 3 years. So I just want to know if the evaluation role is still applicable.
So remember that you have got what is called municipal valuation.
Yeah.
And you have got what is called open market value, right? So generally, your municipal valuation tends to be lower than your open market value, because your municipal valuation is done almost 3 years and all those. I think if you look at the way they are doing it now, it's different. I mean, especially when it comes to residential, they just say, you know what, this area, this is the amount, this is what the houses are going for, and they've got all that data.
Yeah.
Right? So what you often have is you will have a municipal value, right? And that municipal value is normally low. So what you want to do is, maybe what you can do is to even check what is the municipal valuation. But don't just go and check what is municipal valuation. Also check municipal valuation in conjunction of what you can do on that side.
Okay.
Yeah, just to add to that, Karabo, you know, like Henry was saying, it's very important to think about the municipal value, but you must be careful with it, because obviously the municipal values are done, as you mentioned, every 3 to 5 years. But currently, most municipalities, what they do, they call it computer-assisted valuations. So they have an algorithm that looks at specific areas and specific suburbs, and it'll say in this suburb, these are these types of houses, and they do like a comparative sales valuation. So they're not necessarily going out to look at every specific property and go into that detail. So it goes back to why it's also important to get a qualified valuer to do a specific valuation on the property.
Thank you.
And also remember why it's important to get this valuer that is qualified, is that, you know, it's about reputation. So you don't want, like even when it comes to your demand study, you can't just get, you know, somebody else to come and do that demand study. It must be somebody who the market understands that if Urban Studies or if Fenridge or Demacon does a demand study, you know, banks always accept that.
Henry, thanks. Can
Yes.
I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah. I see Komoto tried to reply to it. Parking is that sometimes you find the right land. Sometimes you find the right land and right opportunity, but then parking can be quite a deterrent. So, and I was wondering, in your experience, that looking at the guys who are in the 30%, you know, the I think the 33 square meter dwellings, which is that band of 1,500. Are we able to convince municipality that majority might not have vehicles and therefore relax the parking? I'm just asking, in your experience, have you been able to relax parking for what do you call it, projects?
Yes. So basically, remember, it depends with your location, right? If you are in the CBD, right? You know, CBD parking is very much relaxed. And then there are areas where, like for instance, in this example that we're looking at, there's a 0.5 parking bay, right? But you find that there are projects where, you know, they might have a parking requirement of 1.3 per dwelling unit. And you know, you're doing a social housing. So what they would require is to do what is called a parking relaxation application. The only thing with the parking relaxation application is you need to get your traffic study done, right? And there has to be a motivation, right? So your town planner together with the traffic engineer, they need to actually motivate that. Sadly though, there are times when, you know, that parking relaxation can actually delay, right? Because you find that sometimes, you know, the council can take about a year to approve the parking relaxation. We had a project where we were trying to reduce the parking from 1.3 to 1, right? Parking bays. Took us 2 years. So it can be done. There has to be a motivation. But again, it depends with where your project is. Primarily the CBD, the parking is very much relaxed.
If I could add to that, Henry.
Yes.
So if we take the example of City of Joburg, just because I think a lot of us might be familiar with it. So in Joburg, there's effectively 3 zones. There's, like Henry mentioned, the CBD. Actually, there's 4 zones. There's the CBD, and then in the CBD, there's what they call Area A, where traditionally parking is not required. And then for the rest of the CBD, it is quite understood that you can apply to relax your parking requirements. And then they've also got now what they call transit-orientated zones. So effectively, everything that follows the REA via routes. And in those areas is typically where you can reduce your parking ratios to 0.5 as per Henry's example. But now they've even gone further and they've included an inclusionary housing zone, which is a parking allowance of 0.75 as compared to the normal urban parking ratios of between 1 and 1.3. So when you do apply for a relaxation, the city is going to think about it in terms of their spatial planning, thinking about those 4 zones as I've just outlined.
I've just put this slide. This is your transit-oriented development. And you also have now, you know, your corridors of freedom, where if you look at a number of those areas, your parking is very much relaxed. Does that answer your question?
Sorry, Henry.
Yes.
I am still unclear on the FI, is it FAR and the coverage on the yes, are those constants? Is it applicable in every calculation? Is 45% and 1.8 constant?
No, they vary. So you find that you find that in certain areas, right, you might have an FAR of 1.2 or of 1, or sometimes 0.5, right? But it varies. So it's not constant. And you might also find, like in the CBD, right? In the CBD, where it says coverage, right? A lot of the CBD sites, right? You see that the coverage says 100% or 90%. But you find that a lot of those CBD sites are very small. It's about 249 or 250 square meters. But what they say is you can actually cover the entire site. And if you look at around Bertram's, the average stand size there are 495 square meters. And a lot of the coverage there is about 45, it's about 60%. So these are not consistent. So when you go to another site, you might find that the FAR can be even 0.7, or it can be 2, or it can be 1.2. But that FAR, where you get this information, is on your zoning certificate. So it's important that when you have identified a site, try to get the zoning certificate, because the zoning certificate will tell you the extent or the size of the stand. It will give you the current zoning, and it will give you the FAR, the coverage, the height, the parking, and the building lines.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. So building lines also, it's, you know, it will say 5 meters from the street boundaries. So you need to leave almost 5 meters from the street before you can start with your development.
Hi, Henry. Sorry, before you proceed maybe to the next one, thank you and very informative session. If I may ask, so on the opportunities, let's say you identify land parcel or building, is there a benchmark on what we can use maybe to determine that this property of this size, what is the value of each unit that I can get? I mean, having done the calculation that you just mentioned right now, is there a general benchmark that you can use, maybe let's say for land that accommodates X amount of units, whether it's serviced, and then land that accommodates X amount of units and it's not serviced? Is there like a benchmark that we can work on, or some quick calc? Thanks.
Yes. So basically, when you're doing your social housing, right? You need to, your opportunity cost should not be more than 30,000 Rand per unit. Are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm listening.
Yeah,
I am.
So it should not be 30,000 Rand per unit for your greenfield. So remember, once you have this number, right, you then need to aim to try to negotiate. Remember, if you then price or you pay more than 30,000, it means that you need to play with some of your development cost. Whereas if you pay 25,000 or 20,000, then you have got a buffer, you have got a cushion. So the number, right, for social housing is around 30,000 Rand per opportunity cost. And this is for greenfield. So this is not where you are buying an existing building. This is where this is like where you're buying land and you are going to be developing a greenfield project.
Okay, no, great stuff. So now, which means if you were to then develop a brownfield, this should then be significantly higher. You can then absorb or maybe increase that amount to something that is significantly higher, because I suppose services are already in existence, or there's some saving that can be realized from the existing building. Is that correct?
Yeah, very much.
Okay, so now what then is the indication for maybe, let's say, the mezzanine in the event that you want to develop a brown or a combination of a brown and green field, or you now have a brown field? I see you indicated 30,000 maximum is the opportunity cost for green field. Yes, yes. So it will then change.
Yeah, remember
when it's now brown field.
Yeah, remember your green field, right? You are starting from afresh, right?
Yes, sir.
You have got vacant land that you are going to develop. You are going to go through the wall, things afresh, bulk services. Whereas your brownfield, your existing building is there. The structure is there.
Yes.
So you find that with the brownfield is slightly higher. You actually higher than that because you have got you already have your structure in place that might need to be reconfigured. So your reconfiguration is different from constructing from start.
If I could add, Manja.
Now that number. Sorry, comment.
I was just going to say to Manja, it would be very difficult to give you a sort of rule of thumb benchmark number for brownfields development because every building would be different. Some building, for example, would be an old office building which already has lifts, which already has structural walls, whereas some of them might just be a warehouse which has no internal walls, no lifts. So it's very, very difficult to give a similar back of the bench box number.
Okay, no, I understand. Yeah, and it makes sense. But ultimately, I think you can just benchmark on that 30,000, so just especially for greenfields. So, but it makes sense. I get what you're saying. Thanks.
Okay, so Manda, this is typically a brownfield project, right? Where you've got land costs, you've got what is called the PNGs, right? You've got your construction costs, you've got your bulk service contribution, you've got your professional fees, you've got your contingents, NHBRC, you've got your bond raising fee, then you've got capitalized interest during construction. And then you've got your general costs and you've got your VAT. And this becomes your total development cost is 54.1 million. At 54.1 million, you are yielding 132 units. So your average cost per unit based on this cost is 410 per unit. We all clear?
Yes.
So this is done by your QS, right? Your QS will give you these numbers, right? And then he will go further to do what is called a BOQ, a bill of quantities, where he basically goes to the construction work, and he then splits that into various bills. And when you submit to SHRA, the SHRA would require the BOQ together with the cost estimate that has been done by your QS. And you'll see there that there is contingents, right? Remember, contingents is something that, we don't know what's going to happen. We might find that there's additional amount that we require, so that comes from your contingents. NHBRC, if it's a greenfield project, your project has got to be registered with NHBRC. Bond raising fee, this is when you are going to have some debt, and our friendly bankers always want some fees. So this is part of the fees that you have to pay. Then the capitalized interest during construction. Remember, you are going to be drawing down that debt. So when you draw down, the amount that you draw attracts interest. and that interest is going to be capitalized because during construction, you are not going to be generating any income. That's why you've got your capitalized interest. The general cost is just for other things. You know, it could be your plan approvals and all the other fees. So this is how your QS, right, will do his numbers. So again, you know, the unit typology is 30% and 70% target market. And these are the various income bands. And Komosa is going to touch in detail when we look at these income bands tomorrow. So remember, we've got the primary target market, which is 30%. So out of that primary target market, there's band 1, which is going to be 10% of your unit. Band 2 of primary target will be 20%. Then we go to the secondary. Band 1 will be 20%, band 2, 20%, and band 3, 30%. So it's important when you speak to your architect, when he designs, right, that he needs to take into account, you know, the unit typologies into account. And let me just check, Komoto, is Francis here?
Yes, I am.
Francis,
yes,
I think at this point, we've been talking about architects, and I think Francis is going to come in and he's going to talk about, you know, from an architect point of view, you know, how do you design a social housing project? And what is the process in terms of basically running your social housing construction project? So Francis is going to take over from here, and then I'll come back and we look at the funding structures of social housing.
Okay, thanks, Henry. Morning, everyone. I'm trying to share my screen, but it's saying I cannot.
Able to share your screen.
Somebody else is still sharing. I think, Henry, your screen, you need to stop sharing, then I can share.
Okay, all right. Let me stop sharing.
Okay, let me try again. Okay, I hope everyone can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. All right, let me just clear some of these things out of the way. Okay, so morning, everyone. I'm from a company called Akimara Consulting, and we are architects. We've been doing a lot of work in the social housing, affordable housing space. And what we're going to do now is just take you through a basic presentation, or I don't know what to call it, presentation or session or lecture, just about social housing, the various projects that we've been involved in, and what you can expect, and some of the basic legal requirements that you have to fulfill as you develop these projects, as well as some of the pitfalls that you need to watch out for, some of the things that can come and shock you, cost you money, and potentially derail a project. So to try and keep everybody's attention as we go through the presentation, as we move from section to section, there'll be like a little 10-second little video clip just showing you a different project, just to kind of get everybody's minds a bit of a break. We'll try and keep it as non-technical as we possibly can, just so that it's much simpler for everyone to understand and remember. So what we've just shown you basically is a couple of the projects that we've completed, as well as some of the ones that we're busy with. And that's a mix of social housing as well as affordable housing that we've gone through. So to begin, we'll go through the SHRA minimum requirements, which they're quite, they're simple, but they're also quite difficult to achieve at the same time. So what you're seeing ultimately on the screen is the key ones that you have. And the one that we just put there is that it's ultimately a legal obligation between SHRA, the SHI, or the private developers. So these minimum requirements are not something that we can basically skirt around or compromise with. And at the same time, they all comply with the SANS 10400 regulations, which are the building regulations. So what these requirements ultimately, what made them become necessary was that ultimately SHRA needed to be able to regulate social housing, to have consistency in social housing, because social housing ultimately is not just about saying my unit size is X amount, therefore it's social housing. There's minimum requirements that they need you to be able to provide in order to ensure that the money is spent well, and ultimately there's dignity for the people that are going to be coming to live in the developments. So these are the key ones to remember. It's about a 4 or 5 page document. I've not put a lot of it here because a lot of it is very technical, which is, it's more for your professional team to be adhering to, and not so much you as the developers or SHIs. So I caught a little bit of income bands that you've spoken of. I'm not going to get into detail of it, except to say that ultimately there's 5 different categories that we need to provide in the development. So I think Henry's mentioned your primary target. There's a smaller unit, which is your bachelors, as well as your 1-bed units. Then you've got your secondary target market unit, where there's the 2-bed units. There's 3 various types. They vary from, let's say, between 40 to 45 squares. We try and keep it closer to the 45 square meter mark, because that size tends to be a little bit more comfortable. What we're finding is the 40 squares is extremely, extremely, extremely tight. So yeah, there's no way for me to point and show you anything. But the graph, the pie chart shows you just the basic differentiation between the ratios of the units. So now the challenge that we have, as you can see, you've got 2 30 square meter units, and you've got, let's call it 3 45 square meter units. So here's a typical block that we've done previously. So the blue that we just highlighted is your 1-bed primary target unit. This purple or darker shade of blue is your primary target bachelor unit. Now, if you look at the two, they're both 30 square meters, so they're pretty much identical. But what you'll find is they're for 2 different income bands, and the rentals that will be paid are going to be 2 different figures. So the challenge that you have is, how do you convince your tenants? One comes to see their neighbor and sees, hey, this guy is paying way less than I am, but we're living in exactly pretty much the same size unit. So what we've now been able to do is to come up with a system that helps you to differentiate the units without you necessarily having to change the size, because what you'll find is the sizes, it's very difficult for someone to distinguish between a 45 square meter unit and a 50 square meter unit if it's got the exact same layout, because that 5 square meters is very difficult for us to discern as you walk into the space, unless you actually measure the space. So in this unit, you'll find there's basically 8 units on each floor. In the center, we've got your primary target. And then on the extremities, we've got the 2-bed units. So in the center, you've got your 1-bed, your 2-bed units. Sorry, your 1-bed and your bachelor units. And then on the extremities, we've got the 2-bed units. Now, the various colors for the 2-bed unit shows you that the 2 on the left, the 2 green ones, are pretty identical in terms of they're both secondary target market units. The one on the yellow one is also a secondary target, as well as the orange one, but all 3 will be for 3 different income bands. So what we've then come up with now is, ultimately, in order to just differentiate the units, because as I mentioned before, the sizes are difficult to discern. What we also find is that the finishes alone is also very difficult for someone to discern. It's difficult for a person to know that, oh, this porcelain tile in my unit costs 30 Rand a square meter, and that's why I'm paying more than my neighbor who's got a ceramic tile, which costs 20 Rand a square meter. That's not something that the tenants are going to be able to pick up that easily. So what we do is we take it to something that's a bit more tangible. So let's say on the 2 senior, I'll just call them senior, but the secondary target, the higher end 2-bed units, you can look at putting a granite top in those ones. And then in the primary, the lower secondary target market unit, as well as the 2 primary target units, you look at Formica kitchen tops. So that's something that already, as the tenants walk inside, they can pick up and know, okay, I'm paying more because my kitchen countertop is slightly different. And then to take it further, when it comes to the cooking, the kitchen unit, on the primary target 1-beds, as well as the 1 secondary target 2-bed, you have the 4-plate hob only. And then on the 2 senior target market units, we also include the oven. And then on the highest end senior target 2-bed, you've got the extractor hood also. So these are things that now as your tenants walk into each other's place, immediately they walk in, they can easily pick up that, okay, my kitchen is different to that one's kitchen, and that's why it's much easier for you to distinguish and justify the various rentals that people are being charged. And then on the minimum standards, there is no built-in cupboards, but what we've found is that we can put that in the senior target units, and that's another differentiator that you can include. And then when it gets to the bathrooms, on the higher end units, you've got a mixer which will have a shower diverter as well as the bathtub mixer. And then on the lower end ones, you would have purely just the mixer with the bathtub. And then we also then include a medicine cabinet on the highest end units. And then the other ones purely would just get a mirror in the bathroom. So what we found is that this has become the simplest way for us to, in a tangible way, distinguish the various unit types and justify why one 45 square meter unit is collecting a different rental to a different another 45 square meter unit, even though, let's say, the layout is exactly the same, because finishes alone in terms of tiles and paint is very, very difficult for the tenants to pick up and for you to justify as the rentals are being charged. So this is just a proposal that we're busy with. We're hoping to get it built early next year. This is a 78 unit development in Protea Glen. It's on a very good stand. We've been at this thing for quite a while. Henry was talking earlier on about parking ratios and town planning. This particular project, through various different delays, we've been at this one since 2017, and we're hoping to get started next year. So there's a lot of delays that come into things, whether it's the city admin or town planning, where there's a lot of waiting. So over here, there was town planning that had to be done in terms of getting the zoning right, getting the height right, as well as getting the parking ratios right. So here, what has helped is that the developer had already bought the stand. So he owned the stand already. So he was a bit more patient in terms of saying he's going to take his time and get all the town planning and all these other things done that had to be done. So now, just to get into some of the legal requirements that you have to get into on your developments. Ultimately, on the climatic side of things, the country has been split into 6 climatic regions. We are in Joburg, Gauteng. I'm not sure where everybody's joining us from, but we are in region 1, which is the cold interior, which you find is this blue, that large blue that stretches all the way down to the Western Cape side of things. And then between Joburg and Pretoria, you'll find we're in 2 different regions. So Pretoria is in the temperate interior, and I'm sure most of you have noticed the temperature differences when you move from Joburg to Pretoria. So now this becomes critical because ultimately, when you're doing any development and we're trying to get approvals, what you find is that the environment that you're going to create, linking your development to the environment is critical. And why we find this extremely important is that in these units that we're doing for the social housing or affordable housing, the units are extremely small. They're 45 square meters. There's very few amenities that we're providing in the units themselves. So on top of the legal requirement, what we're finding very useful is that people aren't having money to pay for a lot of these, all these nice to haves, air cons and whatnot. So what we try and do is take advantage as much as we possibly can of the things that are essentially free. So your orientation of your unit is perfect. It has to be, it's something where you can get natural light in, you can ventilate the space, and it costs your tenant absolutely nothing, but they get to have a livable space, an enjoyable space, a comfortable space without them having to spend any extra cost. So one of the key things that you look at then, if you look at the bottom sketches, is the spacing of your units. Now, Henry will be pushing you for density and whatnot. You need to get more units, you need to get more units. Then on the environmental side of things, we then start to say, okay, fine, let's get more units. How do we space these units to ensure that there's no overshadowing? So what you find is that the 2 single stories on the left, you can have them closer because the sun angles and overshadowing got to be minimal, simply because they're both single story units. But the minute you introduce a double story unit, all of a sudden you should be spacing the buildings a little bit further in order not to compromise the sun and natural light that the one unit is going to be getting. So that higher you get and the more dense you get, also the spacing out of how your layout is going to be done becomes also very critical. Another thing that you also then look at, as I mentioned earlier, is just your orientation. So these are all just various configurations where you're trying to maximize and get your living spaces as much as you possibly can on the northern side of the development. So I'm sure a lot of you have picked up when I once stayed in an apartment where the room was on the south and it was extremely cold in the winter and not very comfortable in the summertime. And you noticed, I'm sure you all picked up, there's certain parts of your house that you know this is the much warmer spot than another part of the house, simply because of orientation. The ones that are facing the north, the east, and the west, you get various different quality of light, quality of the warmth that you get in there. So what you want to try and do is maximize the orientation as much as you possibly can, where possible, of course. So then there's other things that you look at doing where it doesn't always have to cost money. Simple things as putting up plants and whatnot become very critical, where you see on the top left, a tree basically can provide you shade in the summertime. In the wintertime, when the leaves fall off, it lets in the sunlight that you'll be needing. So these are some very, very simple mechanisms that come through, but they make quite a difference. Another key thing that you find pushes up your energy costs, whether it's cooling a space or heating a space, is the insulation. Now, as I mentioned, these developments that we're doing, we are not providing a lot of mechanical. In fact, we're providing typically zero mechanical means to control the temperature. So your orientation is key. The next important thing, which is also a legal requirement, is your insulation. Now, the insulation, you want that to make sure that you minimize the heat that you gain during the summertime, and you want to minimize, again, the heat that you lose during the wintertime. So that when a space is warmed up in winter, the warmth must stay in there, or it's cool in the summer, the heat must stay out. Over here on the left is a typical, on the top is very technical, it's just some of the legal requirements that you have to have. But what it ultimately is that all of these basically have to add up to, they all have to give you an R value. So you've got a sandwich, it's called a roof assembly. So ultimately on the top, there's a rating that the roof sheeting or the tiles that you're going to use is going to have. There's also a rating that the membrane that you use for insulation just beneath that is going to have. Then there's another value that the insulation that you put on above your ceiling boards has. And there's another value or property that the ceiling has. So all of these all together, when you add all those values up, they actually help to insulate your space much, much better. So what you'll find is just by removing one or the other, as you see, the one which is the most important is number 5, which is the 135 alluthum, which is the second from the bottom. That one is giving you a value of 3.38. So that performs quite a huge part in terms of helping to insulate the space. And what happens is it helps you insulate heat coming in during the summertime, but also your heat loss. So when the room is warmed up in the wintertime, it's also much more difficult for that heat to get lost in the wintertime. Another key thing that also adds to your loss of heat is basically your glazing. So what the requirements have is that the easiest way to comply is to go with a deemed to satisfy route. What that means is, if let's say you've got, it's basically saying that your windows or your fenestrations should be maximum 15% of the floor area of a space. So just to make it simple, if let's say you've got 100 square meter space, the maximum area, total area of all your windows in that space should be 15 square meters. If you achieve that, then you're deemed to satisfy. You've met the minimum requirements, and then your plans are approved. If you deviate from that and go above the 15 square meters, then it becomes a bit more expensive, because then the type of glass that you use has to be a bit more higher spec. The type of frames that you use becomes higher spec. So in the affordable housing sector, where you find cost is a very, very important driver of the development, it's much better to rather just go with your meet the minimum requirements, and then you qualify, and then you're through. The next part that you're looking at is your ventilation. We're not providing fans, there's no air cons in these units. So ultimately, again, we need to maximize and take advantage of what nature is providing for us. So what you find is the best way for you to deal with this is your cross ventilation. And if you go with your double banked ventilation, it works even better. So ultimately, on these small units, we make sure that there's a window on either end of these units, so that if somebody opens a door or a fan light above, they do get that cross ventilation coming through. I'm sure you've noticed times when a space you're in a space and somebody opens the door and all of a sudden there's a draft of air that passes through. That's ultimately the cross ventilation, and that's how we want these spaces to cool as naturally as you possibly can. And over here, just a basic sketch a section through that same block that we started with, where we looked at the various unit types. So ultimately what you have here is you've got your cross ventilation on each bank of these, each wing of the building, to ensure that the tenants basically open a window on the one side and open a window on the other side, or a door, and then the air comes through. So what you find is, the key phrase that they talk of is that passive buildings require active users. So the building is passive in that it's got very little mechanical systems on it. So the users have to become active participants in how the building's gonna perform. So when they're feeling hot, they open windows. And these are things we've always been doing ever since, without even being told. You're feeling hot, you open a window, you open a door. So now if the space is designed correctly, when you do those two things, then all of a sudden the temperature should become much, much more comfortable. The next one, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with, is on your hot water. There was a drive that ESCOM used to have where they were assisting a lot of people to convert from your regular geysers to your solar geysers. So what the legislation says is that 50% of your hot water that's generated must be from non-resistive means, which means it must not come from direct resistive electricity. So 50% of your hot water can either come from either a solar geyser, or you use a heat pump, or in some cases where the infrastructure is available, you can also go with gas geysers. What this allows you to do is basically just reduce on the demand of the electricity from your geysers, because what you find is your stoves and your geysers are the highest consumers of electricity in any house or living area. So this does slightly drive up your capital cost in terms of getting your development up, but these are the savings you will be able to then, your tenants will then be able to feel these savings in terms of a reduced electricity bill, which I think especially in a social housing, affordable housing sector, that is extremely critical, that you want to minimize the expenses of your tenants because they are already in a very difficult situation financially. So over here is just a quick explanation of heat pumps. I'm hoping you guys can get the audio.
Francis?
Yes.
So there's no audio on your share screen, right?
Yes.
There's a button that says audio, so you need to activate that.
Where do I see that now?
When you go to the share screen,
yes,
at
advanced
the bottom,
audio.
There's something that says audio, and you need to tick that.
Share. Okay, I've seen that now. All right, no, sorry. Let me just start this again also then. Share computer sound. All right.
There's still no audio.
Still.
Are you hearing anything from your side?
Is this something?
Yeah.
Share computer sound.
A heat pump water heater, on the other hand, draws in ambient heat from the surrounding air. Technology used by heat pumps is the most energy-efficient way to heat and cool your home. Now, that same energy-saving technology can be used to
We've lost your, the sound is gone.
Again.
heaters use a resistive element to turn electricity directly into heat, which is transferred directly to the water. Gas water heaters use natural gas or propane to ignite a burner centered under the bottom of the tank to create heat. A heat pump water heater, on the other hand, draws in ambient heat from the surrounding air. Heat in the air is absorbed by refrigerant inside the evaporator coil, and cool, dehumidified air is exhausted. The refrigerant is then pumped through a compressor, which further increases the temperature. Heat is transferred throughout the tank by a water or refrigeration circulation process. This process of moving heat instead of generating heat makes the heat pump water heater 2 to 3 times more energy efficient than a standard water heater, saving you money and energy. Many heat pump water heaters are considered hybrid units that combine heat transfer and electric element technology to provide faster recovery time during high demand periods. In addition to heating your water, the heat pump water heater also cools and dehumidifies the air in the surrounding space as it transfers the heat to your water heater. So if you're in the market for a new water heater, remember that the cost to operate your water heater is just as important as the cost to buy the unit. Consider buying an energy-efficient heat pump water heater to save money and energy over the lifetime of your water heater. Smart energy, smart choices.
Okay, so basically that just takes you through the basic workings of a heat pump. And what you find, the one main benefit of the heat pump over the solar is that it doesn't rely on the sun. So basically it's still active, it's working. And so you find that these are systems that we're using quite a lot. You do get different types. The one that you showed there was a very small domestic one that you can have in an individual unit. You do get bigger ones where you get a boiler container, a boiler tank of, let's say 2,000, 2,500 liters. And then that would then have all the pipes running through to each of the various units. And then it provides hot water to them. And then the way that you actually charge each of those tenants for the hot water is that they will have a hot water meter as well as a cold water meter, so that their usage is then based on how much hot water they drew from the system. And you're not just dividing the usage by the number of units, because the various tenants will have different usage patterns. So the next key part of this is your lighting. Now, what you find is very important here is that you can do all that you want during the development, but the most important part of all of these is ultimately your tenant education. You've got to then get your tenants to understand and explain to them the benefits of using certain things, because it's all well and good that when you install your light fittings and all of that, you go with your energy saving light bulbs, your LED light bulbs. But as soon as the light bulb blows and a tenant is changing, then they go for an incandescent because it's cheaper, but that's going to then push up the electricity bill. So these are some of the things that you have to kind of factor in, where with the tenants, you have to be explaining to them the benefits of certain things, as well as, let's say, if you've gone to the communal heat pump, they must then understand how they're being charged and not feel like they're being cheated or that they're paying just a division of all the number of tenants. So another part that we've tried to put in is not a cheap one, but it works quite well on the social housing, because in most cases, these developments are secured behind fences and gates with access control. So you find if it's a slightly larger development where you're going to need a lot of outdoor lighting or street lighting, we're finding that the solar ones actually help you, especially as the SHRA developer, because ultimately the communal lighting is not paid for by the tenants, but by the actual. If you can have as much renewable energy powering your external lighting as you possibly can, that's going to help you with your operations costs. It's cheaper for you in terms of operations, it's better for the environment, but it is slightly higher in terms of the capital cost to actually get the installation done. So then in terms of fittings, what you find here, a lot of these you're not going to actually supply for the tenants themselves. They would then bring their own fridges and whatnot. But in terms of stoves, you would be the one as the developer to provide those. So what we then recommend is going for the energy efficient products as much as you possibly can. This is something that you see a lot. It's now been legislated that you see a lot, where each product manufacturer has to give you a rating in terms of the efficiency of the actual product to help you as the purchaser to understand where your operations costs are going to be going. So the more expensive ones will have a better rating, more efficient. So you pay harder at the beginning, but you get the benefit as you go downstream with your usage. This is another part that you actually have, let's call it 100% control of as a developer in terms of water saving. So we look at as much as possible specifying water efficient taps and showers to allow the tenant to still get the full function of what they're needing, but ultimately using less water in the process. This helps them with their consumption bill. It helps you as the developer too. What we look at doing is dual flush toilets that you install in each one. Here's a crazy one that we came across where they're really trying to make sure they save every single drop of water. Another system that you can use if your budget allows the gray water system, which basically allows you to reuse water from your bathroom and your kitchens to flush your toilet. Not your kitchen, sorry, water from the bathrooms to flush the toilets. So at least make sure that water gets used twice before it vacates the system. The only challenge that you have here again is a capital cost, because then your plumbing is going to be slightly higher than it would normally be, because instead of your water just draining and going straight into the sewer system, you then will need to have a pipe that brings the water back and reticulates it to fill your systems for the toilets before it then ultimately goes out. The water, but again, it's a cost that the developer has to then take up front, and then you transfer the savings down to your tenants. So as nice as that little animation was, this is basically what the system looks like at the end of the day. It's just a bunch of JoJo tanks, purification systems that go through, and then pumps to then be sending the water back. Now, what you find is that this system becomes much more economical if you're dealing with larger developments where you've got larger volumes of water that you're going to be treating and sending back to the system. Because if your water volumes are much less, then the cost of this starts to become prohibitive. And this is not a legal requirement. It's just, it's basically something that those environmentally conscious or those who are worried about operations costs can look at doing if the numbers are actually working. Something else that a lot of people are doing domestically also at their own homes. Again, this also works in terms of rainwater collection. This is also useful if you've got a larger development, because then you've got a larger roof surface area to collect water from. And then you can basically use it to then irrigate your landscaping. It's easier to go that route as opposed to trying to bring it back into the buildings where you need to purify and go through lots of treatment, which then adds to the cost. Another legal requirement that's now as part of SANS 10400 is to provide facilities for people with physical disabilities. So what the SANS requirements say is that 1 out of 25 or part thereof units should be a universally accessible unit. So out of every 25 units that you develop, 1 of them has to be compliant and be accessible and usable for somebody who's physically disabled. So what you find is we can start on the parking side of things. Your parking bays, as you do your regular parking calculations, it might all work perfectly fine at the standard 2.5 width. Once you put in a disabled parking space, it has to then be widened to 3.5 to allow access from the wheelchair to get into and out of the car. What you also want to do with these parking spaces is locate them as close to the actual unit as possible to minimize the distances that the person in the wheelchair or with whichever disability has to then travel in order to get to their apartment. So the images that are shown here is typically not the sort of stuff that you're going to be putting in. You're not going to be putting in lifts and all of that. What we found is the best way to comply is to put these units on the ground floor. That way you eliminate the need for lifts and elevators and ramps and all of that, because there's just no cost or space for those. Your bathroom, again, you have a slightly reconfigured bathroom that would then work, bearing in mind what's happening above. So it's a bit of a design challenge, but it's definitely very workable and very doable. Then the other things that you have to be doing is lowering of light switches, lowering of countertops and all of that, making everything within reach for somebody who might happen to be in a wheelchair to be able to use and live in this space comfortably. But this is a legal requirement that you have to make sure that you actually put in. It's not as enforced as it should be. It depends on when you get to the municipality, which municipality you're dealing with and who the plan examiner is. But it's always better just to factor it in from the get-go and then know that you complied and you provided for somebody who might actually need it that way. So the next part of the development that you're going to look at once you've done all your buildings is your landscaping. So in order to minimize on your costs, we recommend going to zero landscaping. get plants that are more indigenous, plants that are very hard wearing and need minimal maintenance, if I can call it that, because lawns and rolling grass greens, they look beautiful, but they're very costly to maintain. It hits your water bill. It's seasonal. It's difficult to actually maintain. So the more zero and hardscaping that you can do, the better you get away with in terms of your costs. Now, what you find in some municipalities, if I go back to landscaping, some municipalities will actually require you to have a landscape design done by a registered landscape architect. So that's just an additional cost that you must look at in terms of the professional team, because I know in Tshwane, they do want a registered landscape architect to do your landscape. It can't just be the architect designed and, you know, through some plants and trees wherever. They want a registered landscape architect to do it, to make sure that the right plants are put in, and then they have to make sure that it's actually implemented at the end of the day. In terms of your waste management, there's two parts that you look at. You've got your construction phase as well as your operations phase. So your construction phase, the bulk of your waste is going to be concrete, bricks, all this building rubble and building materials. That has to then be managed correctly. Some municipalities, again, in Tshwane, as part of your plan approvals, they want a waste management plan to be submitted that you must then adhere to. So during construction, they don't want your builder dumping rubble on the street side and leaving it there for weeks and weeks and not taking it off. You've got to maintain your site and keep it neat and tidy, because in some cases, you'll be building in built up areas where people are actually living, and you have to then also be considerate of their environmental requirements. The next thing that you look at is your waste management. Here again, your tenant education becomes critical, where you have to then place all these various, if you're going to be going the recycling route, place the various bins in various easily accessible locations, and you find that your waste is best treated at the source. So if you can treat a lot of this at the source, it gets taken recycled, and then only what the municipality then will be taken away is what you would send to your main wheelie bins. This again is obviously an option. It's not a nice to have. I mean, it's not a legal requirement in terms of your recycling of waste, but what is a legal requirement is to provide a refuse area. It must be sized adequately to deal with the number of units that you have. And all those calculations, if you look at that table, it's just a waste generation calculation that gets done to kind of see how much waste will be generated on a weekly basis, because in most cases, the municipality will come once a week to collect the refuse. So in your refuse area, there must be a gully, there must be a tap for the bins to be cleaned. In some cases, they stipulate that it must be covered so that when it rains, the bins aren't getting wet and then adding to a lot of the smells and other problems that you get. So other initiatives that we've looked at doing where the budget allows and where the space allows is to look at things like playgrounds and sports facilities. So the sports grounds, you do that on a larger project where there's a bigger piece of land, larger number of units, and more people that will actually be able to take advantage of it. But what we do find is very critical is the playground equipment. That's something that you find is extremely important, because the bulk of the tenants that you'll be dealing with is young families, there's young kids, they need a place to release. And when you don't provide these facilities, that's when you find them playing on the street, they start playing on the gates, they start hurting themselves, and then it becomes a danger. But when you give them a designated space, then it's something that they can actually use. Now, again, various municipalities have various requirements. Some stipulate that you must have a playground area, and they even give you the size based, there's a ratio in terms of the number of people per square meter that they need you to put in. Others aren't as strict. But what you find is, as a developer, in terms of just attracting your tenants and making your space more inviting, if you can and the budget allows and the space allows, a playground is very critical. In some cases, on the very large developments, we've actually even had to put in a small creche to then really just give them a daycare center facility. But that gets run by somebody external, it's funded externally, but the space was allocated for it to actually come through. So yes, on your tenant education, the key things is your passive buildings require active users, the occupants need to be aware of the environmental as well as the financial benefits. I think when you emphasize the financial benefits, that's something that people will take on board much, much easier. And then your waste management, your landscaping, your gray water systems, water conservation, energy conservation, all of these are key things that you can then have a chat with your tenants as they move and orientate them correctly, and you should have a much smoother operating development. So this was another development that we recently completed in Windsor. This was 22 apartments, which was done. And yeah, you basically see from design to completion how close the two end up. And you do have your challenges with the builders and whatnot, but I think it's key to just see that your design that you're ultimately wanting, the vision, it's good to see it becoming a reality at the end of the day. So the next section we're going to go into, I'll try and rush through, I think I'm kind of pushing on time, is just a quick case study of a project that we did in Pretoria North. Over here, I'll try and just show you the various principles that we've discussed previously and how they were implemented. So that is your site. This is your site clearance. There were lots of massive trees. As you saw, it was quite a forest, and now it had to be cleared up to bring the units in. So the first part that we look at here was orientation. So here it was very convenient for us in that the site is very long from east to west. So it allowed us to maximize your northern orientation as much as possible. So now we'll just, so yes, that's your sunrise to sunsets. And if you see the top end, the northern section, that's where the bulk of the living areas are. So if you zoom into the typical unit, you find that your passages and circulation is on the south, and your living areas are predominantly on the north. What you do find is that, as I said here, we're a bit more fortunate in terms of the site, but a lot of times you will find a site that is very difficult to maximize your northern exposure. It's not always possible, but you try and do it as much as you possibly can. So you see the one room on the bottom left, that one is on the south, but you've got your living area, your lounge, and your one bedroom facing north, and it's open plan lounge, so you do get a lot of light coming through down to the kitchen area too. Then your cross ventilation that you get over here, you've got your lounge door that opens, you've got your kitchen window that opens on the opposite end, and then your bedrooms, if doors are open, again, you get your double banked cross ventilation coming through. Your natural light that comes through predominantly on the northern side. So here there was a budget for balconies, so those big glass sliding doors bring in quite a bit of light into the units. In terms of insulation, typically the typical way that we build in South Africa with the brick walls is a very good, they've got very good insulation properties. So in terms of your thermal insulation on the walls there, you don't have a problem. Then your hot water, there was a heat pump that was located in the duct. What you also find there is that you also want to be very efficient with how you locate everything. So you see the bathroom and the kitchen are literally right next to each other. That minimizes all your plumbing work. So your stove is on the opposite side of the kitchen to make sure that the sink is right next to the bathroom. So your water supply has got much shorter pipes. Your water drainage has got much shorter pipes to drain into the duct. So that keeps things very efficient. You don't want to scatter the two to find that one unit has got a drain on one side and a drain on the other side. It's just not efficient, it's not cost effective. So over there is your heat pump in the duct. You also want to insulate all your pipes. We specified water efficient tap fittings and a stove that is also energy efficient. In these developments, predominantly you got your prepaid meters that you install for electricity. And then over here, this is just a quick journey through the development. So it starts out as sketches, the sketches develop a little bit further. They become council drawings. These are the visions that you give to the client. Then you get on site. Over here, this is now they're starting the raft foundation work for the 2 blocks. Now they put in the waterproofing and the membrane as well as the steel for the raft foundation. They started pouring the slab. So they basically split the building into 4 sections that they did to allow once the concrete is cured on the one end, then they start brickwork, and then they basically just move through that. So all you see those pipes that are sticking out of the slab, those are all your electricity pipes, your water pipes. So all that has to be put in ahead of time before as they pour the concrete, so that all the services are in and ready to be connected when required. So then here you see much more brickwork coming up on the ground floor. Now here, the slabs that we use were precast slabs. They're slightly more expensive, but they're much quicker in terms of construction because they come literally ready-made. They're dropped on by a crane. It takes about a day to get all the slabs in, and the very next day you can start building. Whereas if you go the other routes where you have to pour the concrete, then you've got to wait for a while for it to cure before you can start building on it. You cannot do much work underneath because you've got all your scaffolding and supports that are propping up the shuttering. So with this system, immediately the slab is put in, people are allowed, the guys are allowed to work on the floor below because the slab is set, and you can get work commencing essentially the very next day on above that. So you find it slightly costlier, but the time that you save during construction basically cancels out the costs that you'd go through. And then what also helps with these slabs is that because they're made by a manufacturer at a factory, the strength is already set. You don't have any challenges, because in some cases, the builder might have challenges with getting the concrete mixed correctly, then the strength isn't what the engineer requires. So with this here, you eliminate a lot of all those surprises and you go with something that's very consistent. The other beauty with these is that because it's so smooth coming out of the factory, we typically just paint underneath. We don't have to plaster it or anything for the ceilings, for the floors that are below. It's a very smooth finish. Once you paint it, it looks it's very livable. So here you've got your roof work coming up, then the roof sheeting is coming on over there. They've not yet started painting. Here they started to put the undercoat, and now they're also doing the parking area. And here you start to see it getting closer to completion. Paving is done, gates are in, ref. So this bottom structure you see right by the gate at the bottom, that is your refuse area. So at SHRA, they do require you to cover it. And then if you look at the opposite end of the very same block, you see a big box that's sticking up on the slab. That is a heat pump. So that's the communal heat pump that was then used for this development, where it's one main unit, it heats all the water, and then the water then circulates throughout the whole development for each unit. The beauty with this system is that because the water is constantly circulating, as soon as the tenants open the tap, there's hot water that comes immediately. There isn't like a long wait to get hot water out. And then yes, this is effectively close to completion. So that's just a quick journey through affordable housing development. And now the other thing that we're going to quickly discuss is the contracts that you're going to be signing with your various service providers. So the PROXA is the agreement you're going to be signing with your professionals. It's a standard document that's created by the professional consultants. So it's a professional consultant service agreement. It's a legal document that we basically purchase online, and it services the built environment. The key people that you're going to be signing these agreements with, or the key members you're going to be needing, you'll have your architect, principal agent, and a project manager in some cases. And you need your quantity surveyors, your structural engineers. What you want to make sure is that these guys, they're all registered with their professional bodies. They must have the critical part, I think for all of them, whether it's the architect, the engineers, or the quantity surveyor, they must have experience in social housing or affordable housing, because you find the mindset is very different in terms of knowing what you can and cannot do in terms of how to keep your costs down. So you have your quantity surveyor, they deal with the cost management, they do a bill of quantities. Your structural civil engineer, structural guys, they deal with the structure itself, foundations, columns, beams, walls, stairs. Civil engineering, they deal more with your stormwater, your sewer, your bulk. Electrical engineer, deal with your electrical connections. Mechanical engineer, in a lot of cases, you don't have them because there's not many there's not much mechanical equipment in these developments, unless you're doing a high rise where you've got lifts and you've got that other mechanical equipment. Your web services engineer, these guys are critical also just to help with the design of your plumbing systems, and you're making sure that pressure is correct, pipe sizing is correct, and then you've got no issues going forward. We prefer to have them on the team because you find that there's some challenges that they got to do pressure calculations, water calculations. You'd rather have somebody like that who specializes in that on the team to then rather make that happen. Then what you will find is that there's other professionals that you may or may not need depending on the type of development or the property that you're buying. You may need a town planner if you need to be changing some zoning or increasing parking, or not increasing. Most times you want to reduce parking. So you want to reduce parking, you want to reduce building lines, you want to increase densities. The town planner then becomes critical. Your fire engineer, they are pretty much essential because you need to have them to design the fire plans in order to get any kind of approval at the municipality, as well as your occupation certificate. Your green building design consultant, that's an optional one. It's not a legal requirement. It just depends on what your goals are as a developer. Your land surveyor is critical at the beginning of the project, as well as when you're handing over to the builder. They basically will survey the land, pick up all the natural features, the topography of the area, your natural features, your trees, your rocks, your streams, your contours, the slope of the ground. And critically, they will also then put pegs to identify the boundaries of your site. Now, those pegs that they put in at this early stage of design, they will then come back when you're handing over to the builder and point out all those pegs so that the builder then knows exactly where his boundaries are. And then that way, as they build, there should be no encroachment into your neighboring property. And because that becomes a huge, huge nightmare. If it's not done correctly, it's a very, very big mess to try and get out of. Then your heritage consultant, that's another optional one, depending on the property you're buying. If you bought an old or existing building, then you may need your heritage consultant to come in and basically assess the heritage value of the building and do a heritage report in order for you to actually get approval to do whatever your development is going to be. Interior designer, typically you're not going to go with any of those on these type of developments. So what you find is that there's something very critical in terms of the decision making and when the decisions are made. So your project is going to go through 6 stages, right? So stage 1 is inception. You're looking at your land, you're doing your zoning certificates, you're checking all of that stuff. Stage 2 is when the concept begins. So as you see, the further we go, the orange line is going up, which is the cost of the changes, and the purple line is coming down. So these are all changes. So if you're going to be making changes during this phase of development, at this stage, everything's still on paper. The cost is minimal and it's still very early concept sketches. As the development or the design starts to get more developed, now we're starting to bring quantity surveyors on board, you're bringing the engineers on board. So if you want to start making changes again here, it's costing you more in terms of time because now it's not just the architect making a quick change. The architect must make a change, the engineer must make the same change, the QS must then also capture those changes and bring back the cost to you. So then once you get to stage 4, which is now your plan approvals and whatnot, you can still make changes, but by this point it's extremely difficult and extremely costly because you can't change too much because everyone is already heavily committed in terms of how much work they've done, that for you to make a change at this point is extremely costly because by this point you've gone out to tender to the contractors, people are pricing the tenders, and if you start making changes now, it means you must reissue, either you're reissuing the BOQ or you're issuing amendments, which is always going to cost you time and money. And then your opportunity for influence during the construction phase is even worse now because now bricks are coming up, bricks and brick walls and concrete columns and concrete slabs are in. You don't want to be making changes at this point because now it's not just a question of somebody deleting something on a computer. It's somebody actually demolishing walls and doing physical work that's going to really cost you actual money because the builder is going to say, I built this according to what you gave me to build. Now you want to change it. Here's the cost for demolition. Here's the cost for the new work. So you want to keep all your changes as much as possible to stage 3 and below, where it's still on paper and it's still got less people involved and you can have a much bigger influence. So it's key that you're involved in the design process from the early stages to understand what's happening to avoid making changes further downstream.
Sorry, Francis.
And then what you'll find is that, yes?
Sorry, Francis, your screen.
Yes.
Are you able to minimize that? We can't see it.
Okay, let me, I didn't know you could see that. I'm just trying to get my mouse in. Let me just try to switch it off and reshare. I don't know what it is. I'll just move it out of the way.
Yeah,
Are you still seeing my screen?
Now try to zoom out and.
What are you seeing now on your side? Let me just let me cancel and then just reshare. What about now?
No.
Is it fine now?
No, still not.
Okay.
Have you gone out and?
Let me stop sharing and then try share again. As the client. So we're not going to get into this because it's a very thick document that you basically can, I think you read that. But what you can do, you can actually find a copy of it if you go to the Proxa website you can actually purchase the contracts. You can purchase one for reference purposes, which costs way less than if you're buying one that you're actually going to use for a project. So if you just want to familiarize yourselves with what the contract entails, what are all the various things that are going to be in there, you can go to the Proxa website and you register on them and you can purchase them. I think it might be about 150 rands for a contract if it's just for reference purposes. And if it's the actual contract, it costs about maybe 450 or somewhere a bit higher for each actual contract. So what happens is, because it's an online process, you purchase the contract and you fill in all the project information online before you download it. So it then imprints everything on the contract, and there's a watermark which then says this is for project X, and then that's the document that ultimately everyone will be signing. So over here is just a typical program that this is now for the documentation, which is the design phase from stage 1 to stage 4, which covers all your key people in terms of your architectural side, your QSs, your engineers. This is your typical workflow. There's a critical part that you want to follow, ultimately to get to the point where you go out to tender. So in most cases, what we do is you time it in such a way that you go out to tender roughly at the same time that you're submitting the plans for approval at the municipality. Because then that buys you time in terms of, while the contractors are pricing, municipality is busy doing its pricing. While that's happening, you're also doing the construction documentation, getting ready to be on site. Then the next key part is selecting your builder. You want to select somebody that can actually deliver. Over here, you're just seeing some of the defects that we're finding on certain sites where things are not being done straight, things are not going correctly. And so these are the typical inspections that we pick up during construction phase, where we have to basically stop the build and get them to correct some of the things that they're doing. This is the one that I really failed to really understand. What you see on the left is what got installed. On the far right is how it was supposed to be. Now this is for your disabled bathroom. So the grab rails, things, sometimes the builders they don't pay attention to detail. They're not following the drawings. So something like this now costs because the guys have drilled holes in the wrong place, and you can see tiles have already been installed on the walls. So now for them to fix that means they must also replace those tiles, because now those tiles are damaged. They're not going to be good enough to carry on, because once you've drilled holes in the wrong place, that's basically it. So the key thing that you want to do when you're choosing a builder, you want to have a look at your professional team and your architects to do all of these. But I think as a developer, it also helps you to get a feel for the guys that have been shortlisted for the project. So you want to make sure that recent projects have been seen. You want to see, okay, registration with CIDB, it's going to depend on who's funding your project. But registration with NHBRC is mandatory, because in social housing, you're building residential. So the builder must have valid registration with NHBRC. You want to see their company profile, personal CVs, and you want to make sure these guys will actually be involved on the project. They mustn't just give you generic CVs. They must give you CVs of who they're proposing will be on the project, and you must find those guys when you get on site. You want to also speak to the architect and the project managers of some of their previous work, find out how is their work being done, how is their quality, how is the cash flow, how do they manage the teams on site, do they pay their subcontractors? Because some builders don't like paying the subcontractors, and it comes on and it actually hurts you as the developer at the end, because then those subbies start to perform poorly, or sometimes in worst case scenarios, they start to rip out the work that they've done and take it off-site because they've not been paid for it. So you want to make sure, how does this builder carry themselves? How do they run their business? Because whatever problems you sure that any red flags you pick up, you identify and you don't proceed. We had one project that we worked on, and fortunately for us, another architect that we knew had worked with these guys, and they told us, no, you need to basically get your QS to scrutinize these guys' ask them for financial statements. And what it turned out was that these guys were tendering to do a project, and they were actually very close to being appointed because everything else was checking out beautifully. But then what we found is that they were going to business rescue. So the minute we started now pressing on the financials and whatnot, then they started pushing back, and ultimately they didn't get the project because, yeah, their financials were not. The company was not in a good place. So it would be a huge gamble for us to basically carry on with these guys, because they would not have the finances to actually fund this project, because typically the funds only go to the builder for work that is done. So he's got to actually have money to finance this project. And if you're going to business rescue already, then it's going to be very difficult for any builder to basically get any kind of project done. You want to look at reference letters. You want to definitely avoid family and friends, because that could potentially be a very, very sensitive project to deal with. And also just remember that the cheapest is not always the best option. Sometimes the cheapest builder, it could be cheap for various reasons. Either they're going to give you substandard quality, or most critically, they might have left out certain things, which when you actually now have to put those things back into their BOQ during construction, you find that maybe they weren't actually the cheapest. So you want to just make sure that in most cases, the QS will have an estimate that they produce for the project. What we find is the one QS we worked with, he prefers to go with 20% buffer. So anyone who's either 20% above or 20% below that QS's pricing, you just don't even consider. You only work with those that are within a 20% margin, because they're much closer to what the QS has estimated. So it's quite viable. They're most likely have priced everything. Over here, there's a lot of detail. So the one you saw earlier was for the consultants to get you from concept to construction drawings. This is now for the builder, from the time you hand over the project to the builder to when they're actually going to finish the project. And it's also going to vary depending on the type of project you're doing, how big it is, and then the cost of it. So the previous contract that I showed you was the one that you signed with the professional team. Then this is not the only one, but it's one of the most common ones used that you're going to sign with the builder. It's the JBCC, Joint Building Contracts Committee. This is again another standard contract that you purchase online. It also gets populated and filled in with all the information. Over here, so on the left-hand side, you'll see you're going to put your project details, the site, the employer, the contractor, principal agent, all that information you put in. The pegs, so the time I spoke to you about the land surveyor, again, that person will have to sign here to say that, yes, I'll show the contractor the pegs. So that certificate then gets signed by everybody, and then that's the key thing to get the project started. Another key thing you want to also sign and include in all your contracts is a waiver of the contractor's lien, which basically means that the contractor cannot hold your property if there's any kind of dispute happening. They have to find other legal means which are in the contract in order to resolve any disputes, because you don't want a situation where the contractor basically locks up site, puts the security there, and you don't even have access to your own property. So that's a key one that you must make sure that is included in all your contracts, waiver of the contractor's lien. So instead of going through the whole contract, what we've got on the left is basically your table of contents. So as you browse through that, you basically get to see that the contract covers a lot of the typical scenarios that you're going to come across. A lot of bigger projects, they add a lot of annexures to this to just cover and get into more detail on certain things. But ultimately, on the left over there, I think we're going to share these slides with you so you can read in detail. But again, if you see on there, there's a watermark that's written for educational purpose. This one we also just purchased just to be for our discussions with various clients, so that basically you can then buy it also as an educational version and then read through it and just familiarize yourself with all the key things that you'll be having to deal with. And then on the right-hand side is your certificate of completion. This is what gets signed once the contractor has completed the project and has met all the basic requirements of the contract in terms of practical completion and final completion. So this only gets done when the building has reached a point where it can be used for its intended purpose. So your lights must be working, your water must be running, the doors must lock, everything that's supposed to work has to work. All your certificates and guarantees must be there. And then the principal agent can effectively sign this document. But what you'll find is, along with this, you'll find there's a practical completion list that gets done where they get all the defects on the properties that the contractor must basically go through and fix. And yes, that's about it. I don't know if there's any questions. If nothing, then I think that's the end of presentation.
Francis, I don't have a question. I just have a comment. I think, again, your knowledge on this topic is extensive. It's difficult, and I understand you're a field expert in this. So as a noob, there's a lot of ground to cover. But thanks for what you shared. I think the video is going to help, because then I can pause and I can make notes. But thanks for what you shared.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Francis.
All right. Yes.
Yes, thanks for the presentation. I just got a couple of quick queries as well from my end.
Okay.
In regards to the delivery of the project procurement-wise, I guess this also speaks to SHRA. Are we limited in terms of going perhaps the traditional route? Could we go design and build, perhaps turnkey, a mixture of the two? And perhaps are there any sort of guides or previous examples that we can draw from to see how we can go about doing that? And then on top of that, perhaps I just want to bundle my questions just around this whole delivery strategy that we could use to get the projects done. Standardized design specs. Obviously we're following SANS 10400. Are there any other perhaps standardized designs that we have that we can draw from for our own purpose of professional team that we can use, just as well to kind of minimize the risk and it'll be more efficient with our time. And then this speaks more to SHRA perhaps. Program versus projects, perhaps packaging the way we package the projects. Are there other instances perhaps where we could kind of package projects as a program as opposed to singular projects, just to kind of help as well with the streamlining of certain deliveries of the product that we have. And then the last one is just around modular prefab. Where does SHRA or your opinion stand on that? Thanks.
Okay, what I'll do, let me just answer the ones that are not so much SHRA policy, and then I'll leave the SHRA ones, which I think is especially on the packaging side of things, to SHRA. So on turnkey, also here again, I'll just talk generally on turnkey and not necessarily in terms of how what SHRA permits and doesn't permit. So turnkey, I think with whichever approach you're going to take, there's going to be pros and cons. So turnkey, the one pro you do have is that ultimately the team is together, they work together. The guys executing construction are already speaking to the guys who are busy with the design. And in most cases, it's a well-oiled machine that can basically take the project out and deliver it as quickly and efficiently. And in some cases, much more cost-effective because they might be paying salaries as opposed to paying fees to individual professionals. So they've got essentially everybody in-house in most cases. Or it could be a professional team that works with the builders. The one challenge or pitfall that I find we've come across with turnkey is that you don't really have checks and balances, because ultimately you've got only one point of contact. Whereas in the route where, let's say, your professional team is independent from the contractor, should there be anything that's being done on site where they're cutting corners, cutting costs, or using inferior materials, your engineer has to come and sign off on that slab before they pour the concrete. Your electrical guys have to come and do inspections, your architects come and do inspections. So they've got no conflict of interest. So the turnkey solution, a lot of times is if the internal engineer says, listen, you got to do this or do that, or knock down that wall and rebuild, then the internal QS will come back and say, listen, we don't have money for that. How can we just patch it up and move on? So you have to work with very reputable guys who are not going to be cutting corners for you, because you're almost the turnkey guys as the player and the referee at the same time. Whereas when you go the other standard route, if you can call it that, you do have people who've got no vested interest in the contractor's profit or whatever, to then make sure that the project comes through. So in that proxy agreement, part of the thing that each professional has to sign is that they need to declare whatever interest they have in the project. So if in some cases, let's say the certain members of the team have decided that they're going to forfeit their fees and then become shareholders in the project, they must declare that upfront. So when you go the turnkey route, the one thing to look out for is that you've got to be extra vigilant on site, or possibly even hire just an external somebody just to be on site to make sure that at least there's somebody keeping an eye on your interest, because ultimately the contractors are maximizing profit. And if there's no external person who's keeping them honest, that's the one pitfall that you have. And then in terms of standardized designs, what you find, especially on the social housing sector, is that you're dealing with very, very, very small units. So at 45 squares, there's very few variations that you're going to come across. No one is reinventing, coming up with a brand new design. So the major change that you're having, so you find that you might have a modular design in terms of the apartments, and then what starts to differentiate is on the actual block as a building at the end of the day, how they configure those apartments to get to the end. Because sometimes I look at plans and I'm like, oh, wow, that's exactly the same design that we used when you zoom into the plan. Because it's 45 square meters, 2 bedrooms, there's very few variations that you're going to have that are still going to be workable. So I think your main question is just about speeding up in terms of time. So what you do find is, in terms of intellectual property, right, on the built environment side of things, the architect basically is licensing the designs to whoever the developer is for that particular project. So if you want to reuse that same design elsewhere, you can then have those discussions, and then there's all sorts of legal calculations that have to be done in order to say, yes, the stage 1 to stage whatever was already done, so therefore you pay a smaller portion of it, let's call it a licensing fee for lack of a better word, and then you can then shoot straight to the construction side. But even then, the site is different, so there might still be some changes that are required to that standardized design in order to make it work on the particular site. So it is an option that people can do. I mean, if you look around and drive around, I'm sure you've noticed Baldwin, I think it's Baldwin developers. You can actually, now they've developed a brand or signature with those white buildings that they do. And you see a lot of them just repeated in so many various places, because they're also doing something similar where they're saying, look, that's our signature design. We're then going to go and build it in various locations where it's workable. So it is something that's very doable. It just depends on you as a developer, how you want to. What I would suggest in that case for you is to rather go the Baldwin route and say, listen, Mr. Architect or Ms. Architect, give us a standardized design that we as developer X are going to be then using as we go everywhere. We'll pay you for it, and then we'll just pay you again to make sure that it works on various other sites. So I would rather say, instead of taking a design that they've used elsewhere, get them to develop one that's going to be for you, and then you can then start to see how you take that around and obviously expand it and reduce it depending on the numbers of units that you're needing. And then the last one that I'll answer, I'll leave the program packaging for SHRA on the modular and the modular construction. That is doable, but what you find is it's a technology that's not 100% very much known in the country. So what you sometimes find is, just if you're using especially new materials, sometimes, I remember the one project we did where the client wanted to build out of shipping containers. The challenge that you then have is to get those plans approved at the municipality. So especially if you're not using SABS or SANS approved materials or things that have been tested yet, then it becomes difficult. There's another project that we once visited, I've forgotten even where the location was, but they were building out of precast concrete slabs. So the walls were concrete, the roof was actually concrete, the floor was concrete, and they just come with a crane and drop those things in. So it's faster. They claimed it was cheaper, I'm not sure. But what we found, the problem was some of the walls, just the way they connected, because with the brick wall, it just interlinks very nicely and connects. Now those two slabs just came like that, and the joints at that point were not 100%. So I think it's a market that's definitely viable, but it needs a lot of testing to come through. But then I know on government side of things, where government is funding projects, they've also got other targets that they need to meet. So government needs to be creating jobs, they need to create employment, they need to boost the economy. So from government side, they prefer that you go with a labor-intensive construction method. So the more people you have on site, the better. So the prefab, it's fast for you, the developer, but it's bad in terms of job creation because it uses very, very limited resources. Everything's done in a factory, it comes and put together on site as a puzzle. So in most cases, government will be pushing you more to go the labor-intensive route, get a lot of bricklayers on site, cement people, plasterers, and all of that, so that that project actually creates jobs as well as creating housing. So I'll just leave the portion on program packaging for SHRA to answer.
Thanks, Matt.
Yep. I think when it comes to project packaging, that's why we've got webinars like the one that we're having. So remember, what we have is when you want your project to be accredited, like what we spoke earlier, there are processes. Firstly, you've got to complete QuickScan A, and then you've got to go to QuickScan B, and then you've got to QuickScan C. And I think what you need to think about is that SHRA is a regulator, and the amount that you are receiving from SHRA is a grant. Hence, they've got all these measures to ensure that that grant is being used judiciously, because this is your taxpayer money, and this is why they have to ensure that it's highly regulated because it is a grant. But what John is going to speak, I think right at the end, is what are some of those grants that are available to assist you in order to package your project so that it's both is both feasible and financially viable. And I think it touches this when we finish tomorrow.
It's understood.
Any other questions for Francis? So you need to stay tomorrow because that's where John dishes out these grants. So if you are not here, you might lose. So be here tomorrow, especially at the end when John has got this 10 to 15 minutes to tell you about these grants that are available.
And I'm not just telling Henry the when we give more details about the support grants as well. I see that we are on our last 30 minutes left, and I saw one of the comments asking for a comfort break. I would have assumed that in the case of a platform like this, one just dashes and takes a stretch. I am assuming that everyone is still okay, that we forge and finish with Henry's last piece before we call it a day, colleagues. Just give me a sense. Are you still good to take the last lap, or do you want a 5-10 minutes break? This is one of the things that we argued at great length with Henry last week when we were dry running things. So sensitize us if you are still good to go with us for next 30 minutes before we close the session.
I'm getting comments that let's go all the way.
Oh, super. Okay.
Francis, can you exit the screen sharing?
Okay.
Mr. Henry, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you, Lucas.
I wanted to ask Francis the question that he might not want to answer now.
You can ask him, he will answer.
Francis?
Yes.
Do you provide your professional services at risk?
Yes, we do, but we also take the client / project through a checklist to see what the risk is going to be. So we don't just do it. We got a questionnaire that we basically go through about the property. Is it zoned correctly? Is it owned? Is it secured? Is there an offer to purchase, land availability agreement? Because if the site isn't secured, then us working at risk is an even higher risk. But if the site is a bit more secured, then there's a bit more appetite for that risk. Then the next side of things is on the financing side of things. And then the next side is on the developer themselves. Have they done this before? And then, so at the end of that questionnaire, the project gets a score. If it's 85% and above, we don't even do it at risk. We just say, sign a contract, let's do it because it ticks all the boxes. If it scores, let's say between 65 and 85%, we do it at risk, but with cost in terms of covering, because you got to go to municipalities, you got to do a lot of running around. So there's stuff that has to be done. If it scores below that, we don't say no to the project. All we do is we give you that questionnaire and there's comments on certain things that you need to first fulfill. And then we're willing to definitely take on the risk.
Well,
so it's not open-ended risk. Yeah.
Well said. Thank you very much. I will be knocking at me.
No problem. No problem.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Thanks. Okay.
All right. Thanks. Thanks, Francis.
Okay. Thanks, Sandy.
So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the funding structure for social housing. And before we do that, we just want to show you how you value income producing properties. So basically, what I've done is I've taken the various units, which is primary 1, 2, and then secondary 1, 2, and 3, and applied the various rentals. And then you get, and the number of units, then you get to the amount. That amount is called gross rentals. And then you'll see that we need to deduct what is called the vacancy factor. Remember, we mentioned about the vacancy factor, which is at 7% of the gross income. And then we also need to deduct, your operating cost. And we said for SHRA's model, they use operating cost of 1,350 per unit. So we take that 1,350 per unit. The annual rental is 2.1 million. And when we then capitalize this with an investment, with a capitalization rate of 11%, we get a value of 19 million. Now, you'll see that the value of the building on completion is 19 million. And then you remember that the cost of that building was 54 million. Now, one needs to ask himself to say, but how can this be? I'm spending 54 million, and then at the end, the value of my building is 19. How can that be? Why is there such a dichotomy? The reason for that is because if you look at the SHRA rentals, they are not market-related rentals, because you are getting a SHRA grant. And as a quick pro quo for the SHRA grant, you need to charge rentals that are below market. And this is why you will find that there is this sort of a dichotomy or this discrepancy. Now, how do we find it? How is this funded? So this is funded by equity and debt. So if you look at this, remember, we have said the total development cost is 54.1 million. And if you're an SHI, there is minimum equity requirement. And if your equity requirement is 0 for an SHI, you then get your 132 units at 271,867. So your consolidated capital grant from SHRA is 35.8 million. The balance is debt funding. So the difference between your development cost and the grant gives you the debt funding, which is 18.1. So that 18.1, you have to go to your friendly bankers or to your DFIs, the likes of your NHFC, GPF, when they were used to do the social housing. You'd go to these DFIs, or you can go to the bank and they provide you with the balance of the funding. Remember, this is for an SHI. But if you're an ODA, which is an other delivery agent, we've said that the minimum equity requirement for ODAs is 20%. So it's basically 20% of your development cost. So if you look at the total development cost is 54.1 million. So if you are an ODA, you then need to contribute equity of 10.8 million. And remember, the consolidated capital grant is the same. It doesn't change whether you're an ODA or an SHI. So, but what happens, because you are contributing 20% of the equity, you'll see that your debt portion is actually less than your SHI. So you have got equity, which is 20%, and you have got the consolidated capital grant, which is 66%. Then you've got your debt funding, which sits at 14%. And this is your funding structure. So in this case, your funding structure is debt, a grant plus equity. And this is how your QSC actually works. So when it comes to that debt funding, when you go to your friendly bankers or to your DFIs, they're going to finance you. Either they'll finance your debt over 15 years, or if you're lucky, some institutions might go to about 20 years. So how is this funded? It could be prime-linked funding, and we know that prime is currently sitting at 7%, or it might be JIBA-linked funding. JIBA is basically your Johannesburg interbank average rate, plus emergent. Emergent is what the bank charges over and above their funding cost. And remember, we said they also charge what is called a raising fee. And during construction, they will be capitalized interest, and they might ask for a bond over the property, which should be done in conjunction with SHRA. They'll ask for cession of insurance or cash flow shortfall undertaking. By shortfall, cash flow shortfall undertaking, what that means is, if there is any cash flow shortfall, the bank or the funder will need to look at the developer. So if you've got a shortfall of 10,000 Rand, then you are required to contribute that shortfall. Hence, it's important to make sure that your building is fully tenanted to avoid paying for any shortfalls. You know, every 20 years, there is a property boom. So a number of us who are younger for longer, like me, I don't know if you can see my hair. We probably have one shot, but some of you, you know, the likes of John, Francis, and Komotso, who are still very young, they might have 2 shots. So you need to understand that every 20 years, there is a property boom. If you can't make it, like me, you end up becoming a facilitator on these workshops, which I'm now enjoying because I could not get into becoming one of the developers like yourself. Why is interest rate cycle important? We need to understand where we are in terms of interest rate. Remember that funding structure involves debt. So prime interest rate is currently at 7%, and this is the lowest that it has been in 40 years. So let's take advantage of this. And you know, in the interest rate projection is that we might remain at this interest rate for the next 12 months. So it's important to be able to understand where we are in terms of interest rate cycle, as well as what we should be doing. Because of the interest rate, it has got bearing on your quick scan C. So you need to be able to, if you want to be more sophisticated, with some of the funders, you can actually hedge or fix your interest rate, so that if the interest rate goes up, you are not going to be affected. And when should we be fixing our interest rate? It's like when do you buy your insurance? When do you insure your house? You don't insure your house when flames are coming through the door. When things are fine, that's when you have to insure your house. I think Francis has touched on construction. So he has touched on construction, but what we want to do is want to look at some of, he has actually touched on composition of construction team. He has looked at this, but we want to look at what are some of the construction risks. You know, any project has got risks, right? Whether it's development risk, management risk, construction risk. So it's important for you to be able to understand what are some of those risks involved in construction. And just look at this video, right? There is no sound, but just check what is happening on this site. These are people working on this site, but just see what is happening here. So it's important, right, for your safety. It's important to ensure that the building is actually safe. When this happens, your site is going to be closed, and when your site is going to be closed, what's happening with costs of materials, they are going up. So you need to make sure that you mitigate some of these risks by ensuring that everything is, and this is
the second one.
And the other risk that we are facing, especially when it comes to greenfield project, I mean, there's been a whole debate of expropriation of land without compensation. Give us our land. So if you are going to be developing a greenfield project, you need to ensure that one, there are no people that are going to come and claim that the land belongs to them. So it's some of those risks that you need to manage. And you have seen there's also this a rise of construction mafia. This has become very common, especially when it comes to big projects where people come and they basically hijack the project, or they need to be paid a certain amount. So you need to be able to be able to find a way of managing all these risks. And as part of your submission, you are required to do what is called a SWOT analysis, where you look at the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats with regarding to your project. And you're also required to look at what are the risks associated with this project, and how does one manage or mitigate those risks. If you don't mitigate those risks, costs are going to skyrocket, and it's going to be very difficult for you to be able to ensure that this project is done within budget and within time. So once you've finished the project, you now need to ensure that the units are managed. And property management is what I call the business of real estate, or the business of property. If you don't manage your property judiciously, or if you become an absent landlord, this is where you find that you end up having projects that are hijacked, or in some instances, you actually have tenants that will not pay. So it's important that you manage your property, and it should be managed properly. Now, this is also a requirement of SHRA. They also want to see in your submission, who is going to manage this project? Are you going to manage those units on completion yourself, or are you going to outsource this to a property management company? So your property management involves, firstly, the leasing. So you need to look at leasing of your units. And remember that the leasing is targeted at your both primary and secondary target market. And you are looking at people that have got an income band of between 1,500 to 15,000 rand. So this is your pool of tenants, or your prospective tenants. So you need to look at your leasing. You also need to understand how you're going to be collecting the rentals. What systems are you going to employ to be able to collect the rentals? You need to administer. And you also need to prepare budgets, right? And monitor your budget, your monthly budget, versus what you are actually receiving. And what is key is to ensure that you maintain your building. And you'll see that during the quick scan C, right, there is a maintenance expense. And in SHRA's model, they require that you allow 1.02% of your total development cost towards maintenance of your buildings. Now, so this is important. So you need to ensure that you do your leasing, you administer your rental collection, your lease is in place, you do your monthly budget, and you ensure that you maintain your building. If you don't maintain your building, it's a recipe for disaster. So property management is very key when it comes to running a social housing project. That's why you find that in terms of your quick scan A, you are required to produce a tenant's manual. You need to educate your tenants. And we have seen with a lot of the social housing projects, there have been a lot of rent boycotts. And if you look at some of those rent boycotts, it's because some of the developers have not been able to educate the tenants. They've not been able to tell them that these are your requirements. It's easy to sign a lease. You know, people can come and sign a lease. But the question is, are you going to ensure that you enforce that lease? Are they going to adhere to that lease? And you need to explain that every year there's going to be escalation. There's going to be tenant escalation. And what does that escalation involve? The escalation is to cover your rising costs, your inflation. And this is why you've got the escalation. So there are tenants that think that when they sign a lease and the lease says your rental is 750, that 750 remains for the foreseeable future. No, there's going to be that escalation. That's why it's important for you to be able to explain to your tenants. And if you do that, you will be able to manage your good, average, small homes and be able to offer your tenants a product that they are proud of. And SHRA, remember what we have said, SHRA is a regulator. They are going to be regulating. They're going to see that you are basically adhering to SHRA's regulation in terms of the tenants that you are bringing to your project, in terms of the rentals that you are managing. And I think there was on the chart, there's somebody, I can't remember whether it was Cameron, who asked if SHRA monitors this or if there's an audit. Yes, they do. They need to, on a quarterly basis, you need to submit reports in terms of how your company is performing. How are your tenants doing? What's your arrears? Are you having a sinking fund where you have got this provision to do what is called preventive maintenance every 2 years, or it could be every 5 years or every 10 years? And there are also what is called your reactive maintenance, which is when there is plumbing problems. But you want to ensure that you've got this sinking fund or this reserve that you set aside to be able to cater for a future recurrence. It could be the roof that needs to be replaced. It could be the lift if your building is more than 5 levels. So you need to ensure that you also provide SHRA with all these documents that they ask for. The same as when you go to the bank, or when you go to a DFI, for the debt funding, they want to know who are they lending to. They need to be able to know the character that they're dealing with. And the character is very important. So you need to ensure that when SHRA asks for documentation, those documents are available. When they ask for audited financials, those financials are available. Let's not forget, this is a grant that we're getting. SHRA is there to invest, to enable, and to regulate social housing. And hence, it's important for you to be able to comply with SHRA's regulations. John, I've left the next 15 minutes for us just to touch on to have a discussion, some questions that that might have arisen, or maybe if you have got anything from your side, you and Komotso, you can all come in. So the next 15 minutes we want to spend chatting so that you understand that all what we've been talking about is how you can make your project feasible through QuickScan B. And tomorrow we're going to be looking at how do we make your project financially viable through QuickScan C. So let's have the next 15 minutes as a discussion. If there are any questions, or if there's a slide that you would want us to look at, or if there are any questions, it's question time. It's your time. We normally give out a leopard in this session. You know what is a leopard? You know, there's a rhino. In terms of the rand, there's a rhino, there's an elephant. But John and I, we always go big and we give a leopard. And the leopard is a 200 rand. So let's get this session going for the next 15 minutes.
Maybe Henry.
I wouldn't I think I'll just come more at the end of tomorrow with more details in terms of how do we take it forward. Perhaps let's use this opportunity for any technical questions that people may have at this stage, and see how we best respond to those.
Is there something on the chart?
Yes, maybe we can just go back. I made a few notes on questions that we haven't touched on. There was one about what are the exact documents that an ODA needs to fill out to get approval?
So basically, whether you are an ODA or an SHI, the processes are the same, right? If you are an ODA, you still have to do a QuickScan A. And the QuickScan A, in fact, I've got a document that I'm going to share, or that I'm going to send to John, which he can send to all the participants. It outlines what documents you have to complete for QuickScan A, what documents are required for QuickScan B, and there's also an Excel spreadsheet that John sent to everybody yesterday. That's how you complete your QuickScan B. But that's also in this document that we're going to send you. And what is required for you to do to complete your QuickScan C. So John, I'm going to send you that document. If you can send it to all the participants, it will show what is required. But if you are an ODA, the moment when you bring another project, right, you still have to do QuickScan A, except your SHIs.
Henry, just during the course of this session, I may have missed it, I just didn't catch it. The mention of that a project or proposed project having the requirement to go and serve before the provincial steering committee, because as I think it's quite key that colleagues know that as part of the application, especially when one looks at the QSB, that it must have a nod from, that application must have a nod from the PSC, which is the Provincial Steering Committee. You want to just perhaps elaborate on that?
Yes.
We know that in each province there are various project steering committees.
So John, let me just go through this. We we did.
Oh, there we go.
All right. So basically what you have is you've got, you need your municipal approval and you've got your provincial. So through your provincial, right, there's what is called provincial steering committee. So what you need to do is you'll need what is called a letter of support from the PSC. So you need to send almost an executive summary of your project. You talk about the F, the number of units that is in the restructuring zone, the cost of the project, the expected rentals. And you submit this document to, I'm trying to think of the lady's name from province. When you submit that document, you are then called to a PSC meeting. They have this on a monthly basis, and you go and present your project. There's a team of people from province, from SHRA, and I think from the GPF. And then they'll say they are happy with your project, they approve your project. After they approved your project, they'll then send you a letter of support that comes from the MEC of Human Settlement. And that letter of support is a prerequisite for as part of SHRA's approval process. They will need to see that the province has actually supported your proposed project.
In fact, Rory, Henry, as a build up, why do I say Rory? You must be holding so much power over me. I did commit to colleagues, now just comes back as a reminder, when we were doing introduction to social housing, which I see some of the participants in today's session were with us last week, that I had committed to share the list of all the 9 chairpersons of the PSCs in the various provinces. I think that should assist, because various provinces sit on different dates and have different approaches in how they integrate and interface with yourselves as developers and SHIs. So I think the best port of call would be for you to look at that list and decide which province it is that you want to bring a project to, and link up with a specific official or chairperson of the PSC, which I think out of this meeting, I'll just then share with you all the 9 chairpersons. They'll be the ones that tell you what is it that they need from you in terms of submission, what are the timelines and deadlines and all that. Because yeah, ultimately in you lodging the application with SHRA, it must show that PSC is aware and has actually endorsed the project. So I've just made it a note up and above the handouts that I sent yesterday, that will follow this up with the list of chairpersons.
John, whilst on that, I don't know if you have sent the restructuring zones.
We have.
Okay.
We have. There is, however, one list that was just recently, as recent as last month, that was gazetted by the minister. And I did not include that. Maybe it would help. I know that the provinces such as Northwest, they have been added on that list. There are a number of locations or localities in Northwest that are in this new list. So I'll send that as an additional one. I think a few as well in Gauteng, if I recall. Those though, because with the one that I've shared the list with you colleagues on, the Housing Development Agency has maps for that list. This new one that I'm speaking about, which was only gazetted a month ago, does not have the maps. So that might just be a challenge, because I know that sometimes, saying the site is, or the coordinates of the site is this and this and this, and you don't have a map that actually locates this specific site on a specific location or map, it becomes also a challenge. But I'll nonetheless share with you that new list as well. Read it in context in addition to that first list that I sent you yesterday.
Komoso, are there any, I haven't got access to the chat room. If there are any questions that we can address.
Hi, Henrik, can I ask?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, Henry, it's Cass. Thank you so much, Henry, for the brilliant presentation that we've had from you guys and your team, Komoso, John, and Francis. Thank you so much, guys. I just wanted to touch a bit on the design of the social housing units. I encountered a project where there was a bit of a challenge to get the mix right in terms of the 1 beds, 2 beds, and 3 beds. What has been your experience in that regard? Is it a standard to just go rather with the 2 bedrooms, or do you find instances where 3 beds are also there, looking at the cost implications as well as the size of the units? What have you encountered, and what are the challenges?
So, Kes, thanks for that question. So remember that the design, right, he has got to talk to SHRA's requirements, where you've got 30% primary target and 70% secondary target. And within that, what you have is within your 30% primary target, you've got type 1 and type 2. And then in your secondary, you've got type 1, type 2, and type 3. So how it works is that, let's say you're developing 100 units, right? 10% is going to be primary. So 10 will be primary, 10 units will be primary, and then 20 units within the primary will be category 2. And then in the secondary, you've got 20, 20, 30. That's the split. Now, when you get your architect to design, you are not going to design it in such a way that let's say your 4th floor, right? Your 4th floor is where you are going to have your primary one, because you are saying, you know what, I'm only getting 725, so I'm going to put these people right on top so that they need to take the stairs up to the 4th floor. So what you want to do is, together with your architect, is to make sure that there is an even spread, right? There is an even spread, so that you know what, you don't want to end up also having people that are starting to boycott or start not to pay rentals. So you need to design that. So what you find that, and I think Francis has touched this, some of the key differences is your finishes. So you might have 2 bedrooms, but the way the finishes are, you might find that on one unit you've got granite top, and on another unit you've got Formica. So it doesn't mean that you need to have specifically 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedrooms. It's how you design in order for you to be able to actually meet those requirements. But bear in mind that the minimum size should be 30 square meters. Komoso, do you want to come in there? You need to mute yourself.
Apologies, Henry. I was just saying that that's fairly accurate. I don't have much to add on that one.
Yes, does that explain?
And thanks a lot, Henry.
Yeah,
It does explain.
And you know what? You can speak to Francis. I'm not marketing Francis.
Okay.
But he's done a lot of this social.
there is no harm in doing that, Henry. I think as a SHRA, we're interested in getting those projects on the ground.
No,
So
John, I don't want to be seen as Henry came here to market his architect. He has done a number of these social housing projects. So I think you can contact him and he can show you. He has designed a lot of those.
Yeah.
And he can assist you.
Question.
Henry, without stifling anyone, I'm just looking at the time and I realize that we also have other commitments.
Okay.
I wanted to just say though that as part of wrapping up, it would have been good that we capture the feedback from anyone and everyone in terms of what your take, colleagues, has been with regard to this first session. I know that we are coming back tomorrow and we'll still be asking for more. So if you can type a line or two just before we close the meeting today, just giving us feedback that we can work with as the organizing team so that we can use that in improving our delivery even tomorrow. Please do so. I saw, Karabo, you wanted to come in, maybe without closing you out, just do raise your comment or question, and then we will then wrap up on that. Karabo?
John, there's somebody that's, there's a sound coming from someone.
It sounded like you were advertising Demacon, but I just wanted to be sure that is Demacon your preferred consultant for demand studies, because we've used other consultants that are able and have done demand studies before. So I just want to know that what is the criterion or the credibility that you would like to get from having a demand study or market research report done by a different consultant as opposed to be done by the popular Demacon?
Sorry, Karabo, I didn't say, I just know Demacon, but remember, I didn't mention Demacon alone. I think if you listen to, I started by urban studies, which is Dr. Dec Prinsloo, Fenridge. Okay. Then I mentioned Demacon. Then I mentioned Lightstone, Professor Francois Veruli. These are all capable property researchers that can do that. And what you find as well is because you're going to go to a debt provider, right? They will look at these, this pool of researchers. Your Lightstone, your Dr. Dec Prinsloo through urban studies, Professor Francois Veruli, Lightstone. So these are all available, but I'm not marketing Demacon.
Oh,
there are also many others.
Okay, I thought maybe perhaps. Okay, so I thought maybe perhaps you have a recommended property researcher, because that's why I wanted to know what would be the criteria for a development like that for market research, because as I mentioned last week that we've already started with our application and we've already done a demand study. So I just wanted to be sure that it doesn't set us backwards when SHRA comes back to us and it says that you guys are unable to the application has a shortfall because of a demand study. We do not know the company or so and so stuff. You understand? Because it's not like, because I know it's a professional service, like you have an architect that is PR registered, but this one in specific doesn't have a consultant who's a specialist at doing that work.
Yes. So Karabo, like your architects are like your QSs, these researchers, right, is those companies that we've mentioned. And I think, I've used Dr. Dec Prinsloo, I've used Lightstone, I've used Fenridge, I've used Demacon, I've used them all. And, as you use them and as you read your report, because I use them on a variety of things, I know who is good at what. When it comes to social housing, I know that this company is going to give me a very good report on social housing. I know that if I'm doing an affordable housing, this company gives me a very good report on social housing. If I'm doing a retail development, I know that this company is going to give me a very good report on retail.
Okay. All right. Okay. No, I think that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, I see that a few people have taken that call to register inputs and feedback. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think without much ado, I would want us to adjourn at this point, unless if there is a pressing matter. Just to emphasize again that tomorrow we start at 9. We'll open the meeting room half an hour early so that those of you who can still be, join us and come log on early to do so. It would be ideal that we start promptly at 9 and save them every minute that we have, such that we can do that which we need to do tomorrow. On that note, thank you very much, ladies and gents, for staying the course. I was just busy checking even if my numbers are fluctuating or dropping. And I saw that there is a level of commitment in the room. People have stayed with us for the last 4 hours, and this is already telling for me. So I'm glad that at least day one has gone the way it has. Looking forward to again meeting you tomorrow. All the best. Can I just then request just for the organizing team, facilitators, to stay on for the next 5-10 minutes just to debrief before we close the call. To everyone else, thank you so much. We will see you first thing tomorrow morning. Cheers.
Look forward to
Thank you
seeing
very
you
much.
tomorrow.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
John.
Hi. Hi, Zain.
How's it, man? Zain, yeah. The recording for this session will be available at the end of tomorrow's session.
Yeah, we will get Mandla and Lisejo to assist with the release of this. I know that they somewhat link it to YouTube, which is, I guess, the easier route to get it out.
Yeah, it's cool. All right, cool. Because there's usually a lot discussed in the session, so we always want to go back to it, you know, just to when we're putting our packages together.
That's right.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thanks.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Cheers. I did not see if Lisejo and Mandla rejoined Henry. I don't know if.
No, I didn't see. Let me check.
Yeah,
I think so.
Homozo, I think you hit the recording button. Ne?
Yes.
Okay. I'll leave it because I completely forgot, and I just saw it 5 minutes into my opening remarks that I forgot to do that. So thanks for taking care of that. So must I then take that it will come on your end to your side?
Yes. So once it's downloaded, I will send a Dropbox link to your team so that they can retrieve it.
Okay, cool.
I imagine it's going to be quite a big file, so I'll put it on Dropbox.
All right. Let me see how I.
John, so.
Hi, Henry.
We need to continue so that the recording is still recording.
Yeah, I see still on. I'm trying to, though, exit the rest of the participants so that we can have a closed reflections. I'm also in the outside room now. I've been kicked out of.
I think I have rights for that. I'll do that.
Yeah. Can you? Yeah.
Are you able to?
Yes.
Okay, I think do that. I'm struggling on my side to see how do I exit the rest. The comments on the chat on this recording is it? I've never tested it. It will ask to access this later, right? Or not? Do you know?
Sorry, John.
I'm not sure about that, John, the comments. There's a Tabo M. Is he with the SHRA?
That's the SHRA, yeah.
And then there's another SHRA participant, and then Dr.
Chilombe. That's not Chilombe. Chilombe leave. That's cool.
Dr. Deborah Munyeki, that's not SHRA, ne? Okay, so there's only 6 of us left. I think, can we all see the tiles?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't want to take much time. It's just to say, maybe let's just debrief for 5 minutes, colleagues, and just say, what is your stance? I know for yourself, Henry and Francis, it may have been too heavy to pick up anything else because you are right in the middle of facilitation, and that can sometimes be pulling from your end. But what was your sense overall from where you are sitting?
What I liked, right? What I liked is, it wasn't like a preacher coming to preach and we are all listening and we're waiting for the plate to go around, and then our participation is when we have to drop something. I like the idea that we made it more interactive.
That's right.
This is different when you do it on a face-to-face, because on face-to-face you can, you can see the people, you can see the facial expression, you can see that people are now getting to sleep. How do I make them awake?
Yes.
But I like the participation, and also I like the fact that we maintained. I checked. I think the number of people that logged in was about 62.
Yes.
And we were maintaining that 60.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. I think 1 or 2 were dropping out of the meeting, but I kept on admitting them back on. I think it was just more their network issue than anything else, really. I think it was quite a well-delivered piece, I must tell you, but I went to the side of the office, I think it was when Francis was just beginning, and I was feeling so excited in terms of, the delivery from the variety part piece, wherein, was Henry who started, and was Francis, and he bringing in those clips to help people to digest some of these things. I think that was brilliantly done. In fact, I was saying to Divalt even as I went that I would want to explore a possibility of even taking segments of this session and breaking it down and then using that on the SHRA's website, so that we can then say, okay, if you want to know more about, for example, the design, here's a 10-minute, 15-minute, that kind of thinking. It's just not thinking at the moment, but I'm thinking it would be one of those things. And I would imagine that tomorrow when Homotso takes center stage, there would be those pieces that we can then in future say, we take this and so that these things are not just, people don't only rely on the session being convened like we have done now, but people can go onto the website and engage themselves in content. It really opens up that whole delivery and access to the thing. I must tell you, was quite excited also from Francis' thing that because one of the critical views that we've received even from Ms. Batabile, the chair, was that the processes of the SHRA still remain quite cumbersome and complex for a layman. And I think this we are starting to can prove to everyone else, but also to the council, that this is an effort in which we are actively addressing these concerns that has always been coming as criticism, so to say. So I'm glad we are doing this. I must tell you, I'm so excited that even COVID has given us this opportunity to test these things in this manner, because otherwise we would have always been going to hotels.
And that's why I start with that video, right? You know, that video where you are pushing. This is what happens with the SHRA. Yes. But at the end, it shows that it's not insurmountable. It's not something that you can do.
Can do, yes. Yeah. So overall, I'm quite impressed, gents, that we have been able to deliver this. And I think there would have been one or two, a few people that we missed, but I'm not worried about that. I think they will still come into our November session, because I think yesterday we're processing quite a lot. This is why Mandla was saying is expected that our number could even be at 90. Yesterday we saw quite a flood of responses. However, it does seem like we did not get everyone to today's session, so I'm not worried. We'll probably then just do that. Those people, capture them in the November session. Which on that note, Henry, you have this come out, right? The RFQ. Did you guys?
Yes. Yeah. John, just to tell you, you know, face to face is easier than this.
I know you're not the first facilitator to say this. It has its own dynamics.
Yes. So we had like that gentleman. Is it a galaxy?
Oh yes. Yeah. Luckily, at one point was showing us an ear, and I thought, oh my word, that's a crop. Well, luckily the facility allows us to close such videos and things. So yeah,
it's you know, the level of concentration, right? It's more. I mean, it requires you know, a lot of concentration. So after this, I'm just going to have one glass of beer today.
You are allowed. But just on that note, you know, one of the participants just said that, can we have a comfort break? And I know that I last week said, no, let's just shoot 4 hours straight out. What is your sense? Do we need to allow a 5-minute stretch comfort break, or I mean, are we good still to use the approach that we used today?
You know, John. Okay, so go for it.
No, just watching the attention. I think, you know, you were definitely right that people just sort of take breaks. But for the quick scan C, I think what I'm going to try to do is, you know, in the question sessions, I'm going to actually stop and try slow things down so that people can relax a little. So without saying, hey, everybody, you can disappear, I'm just going to, like, you know what Henry did towards the end of your session, where you say, let's talk, let's have a session, so that whoever wants to go and grab a break can do it. I think because, you know, like Henry's saying, it's even in person, keeping them glued is hard on quick scan C. So we're in for a big task tomorrow. So I think after the definitions, I'll throw it out to the room, say, let's have a general discussion for 5 minutes. And then after, obviously after the navigating the quick scan C. What do you think, Henry? That's just my what I saw today. That we do need to.
No, that's cool. So long as we can manage. Yes. Yeah, so long as we can manage that attention span that our audience has, otherwise we lose them. I mean, I know that this was for an interesting audience in the sense that they kept on. They really kept on, even as at the last 30 minutes when I suggested that we relook. They said, no, let's forge ahead. But yeah, we just need to be looking at what are the ways that we break down such things such that we don't overload. And yeah.
Yeah, because remember tomorrow, John, it's about numbers. Right?
Yes.
And for those that are financially inclined, it's easy. But for a lot of people, it becomes almost like a tall order. That's why I think Homotso is going to start with understanding the concepts.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No, I did like that approach because then it brings everyone to a level from which you then move.
Yes.
Yeah. But overall, thanks, Henry, Homotso, and Francis. I think it was a well delivered piece, and thank you guys for the effort and the preparation behind this. I know we still have tomorrow. I will be in closing giving them contact particular project accreditation specialist contacts because I think that's the first port of call that they've got to link up. And then I'll just also speak greatly in terms of the support grants that people can tap into, particularly the project feasibility grant as well. But yeah, overall, I think it was a well executed piece. Thanks.
Thank you to all.
Thank you to
all. So, you will then, I guess you'll then just close the recording and then whichever way send it to me so that the monthly then can see how they get it ready for tomorrow when we're done.
Confirmed. If you don't mind, John, I'm going to stop recording. And if you could just stay on, I just want to test my videos because obviously mine are too big to embed like yours. I just want to test them quickly.
Okay.
So I'm just going to stop recording the session.
All right.